And we are live. NashvilleLou live back on the air. I've commandeered the fishing category for a fishing game that came out 25 years ago. I'm tired of waiting for Twitch and IGDB to get their act together and add Twitchy tides. I'm taking action. Greetings and welcome, everybody. It's NashvilleLou live. Got some Twitchy tides freeform fishing. This is a very busy time of year for me. Between the NFL draft and doing men's lacrosse broadcast prep work, plus all the live streaming, HTML coding, etc. Anyway, so I'm hoping to do some of both here today with this Twitchy Tides freeform fishing. Do some work, come back and forth, we'll have some games. Be giving away some Twitchy Tides common fish to the winners. Try some stuff out with rand fish, maybe from that dig pool. But we got scurvy bot going. There are a lot of people trying some very creative things right now with Twitchy Tides. And certainly Twitchy Tides TV, what an overwhelming success that's been. Pop Paragon has been dialed in from the beginning with this game, with Twitchy Tides, and its ability to market itself and also be a standalone game from a live streaming standpoint. You can mix this with practically any game, and it's going to be a good time. Hey there, Drew Mark. Greetings and welcome. So I've taken over the fishing categories. Enough's enough. Until I get Twitchy Tides as a category. Unless this is fishing. I'm sick of being stuck in the strategy games category in obscurity. We got Twitchy Tides, we got a fish game. That's what I'm going with. So we'll get our first game started when we get to 10 players. Those scurvy bots giving out Nash cash. You can dig every 15 minutes. No dig pass required. Subscribers get commercial-free viewing. Subscribers also get 10x the Nash cash that standard viewers get. But I appreciate everybody being here. Glad to have you in the mix. But I think it's going to be vital for Wax to grow its user base. I hope that what's coming soon with blockchain brawlers, they're finally getting this. They've been working a long time on the mobile game side of things, and it looks like there may be some stuff finally happening there, which would be wonderful if that's going to mean more people coming into the world of Wax and Wax gaming, even on an ancillary level. Even just somebody playing on a mobile device that has no idea if this being a quote-unquote Web3 game, because really that designation is nonsense. I mean, the real hustle are those mobile games that you pump all that money into and you never actually own the things you supposedly buy. And there's been so much intentional disinformation put out by people in that field. Just keep an eye on the people in that industry that have been saying negative things about Web3. Question everything else they tell you. 6 players in right now, so when we get to 10, we'll get that first game started here. Hey, there's Zach Bonifer. Greetings and welcome, everybody. We'll have a game or two to get things started. Well, it's just going to be just Twitchy Tides with this today. It's a little bit different because a lot of people have the various auto tides going. This is just regular tides. The leaderboard points. Not that you can't get leaderboard points from auto tides, but I know it's a bit different. And plus, I'll actually be on headset for the game, so let me just... Some of those auto tides, if it's enough of a delay, it's almost like you're just watching just to see how your fish did. There's really no playing to it. But there have been some people who have been very creative with it. I don't want to sound negative at all. In fact, it's the opposite. This is some of the very best of the creativity of the world of Twitch, live streaming, and Wax gaming. These two worlds, I was like, when they finally get together, we're going to have something special and truly unique and truly next level here. And that's the way I've felt for years now. I hope that the Tyranno side's going to make it happen. I get frustrated with them sometimes. Sometimes I say things in anger, truth in anger, but they're getting it together with that mobile game for brawlers, and if they can bring people in with that, then that'd be a good thing. And the way it works with Twitchy Tides, you don't have to have a wax wallet. You can play for fun, which makes it great to mix Twitchy Tides with practically any game you're streaming. As long as you don't need a delay, you can stream your game, have a Twitchy Tides game once an hour, and there will be people that'll at least peek in for a little bit and get in for the game. And some will stick around and listen and like what you have and all that. Make it where your chat is followers only. You'll cut a lot of the nonsense out doing that. And then on top of that, people want to play. It's only fair they follow. It's not asking too much. It's free. And sometimes the challenge when you first get started with Twitchy Tides is getting that first enough people ready to go to start a game. I intentionally didn't put a bunch of... I don't want to over-promote myself. Like when I've got Tides Tuesday coming up, or I had the other day where I had The Sims 3 for the first time in a while. Put that out there a bit. But if they're diminishing returns. People get sick of hearing from you constantly. If I'm out there every time, I'm going to go live and give it the hard push. Feel all right. Of this guy trying to put himself over. So it's !play in chat to get in. And that fish I have right there is going to be in for this game. That'll probably be the last time you see that particular fish because it's already actually been blended. I forgot I'd started up OBS Studio before I did the blend. And so Neon is going to be replaced by that next level one. At least I'll put it ability, ! ability. It won't necessarily tell me the accurate info. Some of that's, there's a lot they've been doing with Twitchy Tides. And it takes time to get everything caught up to speed with the information side. But Pop Paragon is a winner here with this game. Neon is the name of it. But it's the next level up. I'll have to look at it. We got 7 players in. When we get to 10, we'll have our first game. And for this freeform fishing today, as I'm calling this, that was the best I could come up with on short notice. All right. I was using the freeform name before. And well, I'm going to use the fishing name because I've commandeered that category. I'm sick of waiting. IGDB, do your job. Add Twitchy Tides. Want to do this? But I'm going to. At least I match over on Kick. I was able to pick fishing as well. So if you're expecting some bass fishing, if you expect me on a boat, motion sickness, sunburn, bugs flying around, not being able to talk because you got to be quiet. Not a lot that actually falls in my wheelhouse. Luckily, this isn't any of that. This is the very fun game Twitchy Tides. The fish are hanging out in the lobby right now. Be sure to join me Tuesday next week. I didn't have a Tides Tuesday this week. I had a men's lacrosse broadcast, Swanee Tigers. Had so much fun with that. I've got 2 more of those for sure for the rest of the season. We got 2 more home games. A week from Saturday against Berry College, Senior Day, and then a week from then, Swanee's regular season finale against Center. And Center and Swanee have been like the big top 2 in the Southern Athletic Association the last few years. They're rivals. I got much respect for Center. They've got a strong program. Lacrosse is no longer just a regional sport in the United States. And it's interesting for me because I never played this sport because we didn't have lacrosse here in Nashville when I was in high school in the early 1990s. My buddy Kurt Fessenmeyer moved down from Ohio. I remember him talking about it and, of course, getting goofed on because it's something different. And of course, you know, kids can be. But then later, oh man, I was so wrong on that. Kurt, you're right. Especially NCAA lacrosse, men's lacrosse, because they do some hitting in that. And usually you're getting hit in safe places, but getting whacked with those sticks, not any fun. But you have to, it's not just like hitting for the sake of hitting. It's a great sport. It's so much fun. It's like they took elements from a bunch of sports that I like, and they took a lot of the good stuff from it. Like just getting the ball past midfield. You got 20 seconds to do that, but even that's dramatic, which would normally be just at most mundane. In a basketball game, okay, that's again an element from a sport that people know. And it adds to the excitement, especially now they've got a shot clock, so they didn't have that for a long time. They had it included by the time I started calling games in 2022. So we'll get our first game in once we get to 10 players. Hey there, Jungle Banana. Greetings and welcome. So we're up to 8. 2 more, we'll get our first game in. Make that 9. Nadu 6 is in. I'm planning to go with this for, I'm not sure how long exactly. This would be Twitchy Tide. It's just me, this and just standard games. I'll be off headset some. I've got a bunch of work I'm working on as well, but it'd be a good time. So we get one more player that'll get us to 10. That's the minimum you need for a game in Twitchy Tides that'll count for the leaderboard standings. And with the early April here, start of the new month, and there's a month-long competition every month. People trying to finish in the top 25 or the top 75, top 150. These exclusive fish. Plus, of course, don't forget to be claiming your Twitchy Tides daily treasures. Those don't just roll over. You got to claim them. It's not unlike with Warsaken, where if you have, even if you don't play Warsaken, even if you don't want to, but if you have Warsaken cards, you can be earning loot every day. Just go in and claim it. Boom, it's yours. But it doesn't roll over. It's kind of the incentive to get people to at least log in on a daily basis. A lot of things are set up that way. We got to 10. All right. Let's take the overlay down. So let's see. I need to actually bring the interact box. I can't start the game if I can't click on the start button now, can I? All right. 10 players in for this first Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. And for the winner, prize will be a Twitchy Tides common fish and an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Also a randfish. I'm going to at least test it out here in this first game, a randfish. Get a prize out of that Scurvy Bot pool. If I win, first place prize goes to the second place finisher. And this first Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. What were you say about Prince Paradox? I didn't say get laid. No. Meanwhile, Krabby Mike up top takes out Loire. Takes out my Neon Fish. We're down to 8. Most of these enemies I have capped at a maximum of 2 kills per appearance. It's 3 for a cannonball. Depth charge that takes out Jungle Banano. Also Dave Ira. Down to 6. Here comes Krabby Mike. Krabby Mike takes out Nadu 6. We're down to 5. One more kill still for Krabby Mike on this appearance. And there goes Zach Bonifer. Down now to the final 4. Random King, Drumar, Prince Paradox, I am JR. Pink Falacia. Sweeper roll, bottom part of the screen, taking out Prince Paradox, also zapping Drumar. And we're down to the final 2. Random King and I am JR. The orange fish against the Whaley Grayley. The final 2. Cannonball misses both remaining players. Got Scurvy Bot giving out Nash Cash. I'm going to try Randfish. First time ever for me to try Randfish. And it's Debo the shark. Random King narrowly avoids the sharp teeth of Debo, and the battle continues. I am JR and Random King, the final 2. Twitchy Tides Freeform fishing. Random King hits the hook, and that's the game. So congratulations, I am JR, 000, with that Whaley Grayley, that Grail fish. I mean, you have to really earn it to get one of those, and you definitely did to have that in your possession. Used it well there in the game. And so congratulations on the victory. And look, everybody got a top 10 finish. Only 10 players, and that's the way it worked. You have to have at least a minimum of 10. We had that. All the way up to number 1 and your winner. I am JR 000, victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game with !play in chat. Prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast, and those will be sent from my fulfillment wallets on Wax. So it's !play in chat to get into this next Twitchy Tides game. And let's actually try that. Oh, I messed up the randfish, didn't I? I should have done that before I cleared it. Okay, well, we'll try it the next time. For the next game, we'll try randfish. Do I have to do it before I exit the screen? A botch. A blunder there by me, but that's the sort of thing you kind of have to just try on air. So !play will get you in for this next Twitchy Tides game. And Scurvy Bot giving out Nash Cash. Subscribers get 10x the amount regular viewers get. Also, commercial-free viewing for subscribers. All right, 3 players in. Exclamation mark play edition for this next game and for this Twitchy Tides Freeform fishing show today. For the winners, giving away a Twitchy Tides common fish, an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Be sure to join me for Tides Tuesday coming up. Tuesday next week, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 0200 UTC, that's the start time for my 3 hours. I get to take part in with Tides Tuesday. And I missed this past week with that men's lacrosse broadcasting commitment. But that's the only Tuesday game on the schedule this year, as far as the home games at least. Even if they have they host an NCAA men's lacrosse tournament game, which is how I ended up starting there to begin with back in 2022. They were hosting a game and they, I guess, had to have an announcer. They really needed one. So I got pressed into service and they liked me well enough to keep bringing me back. And I've loved being up there. Swanee, Tennessee is a beautiful place. Love going up there to that campus. So nice up there. And the people are great too. I'll go ahead and join. Let's see if that new fish is in for me, if it's still the old one. Yeah, here we go. Said goodbye to Nia Neon, although maybe I'll pull another one of those out of the Twitchy Tides TV pool. I'll be determined on that. But the ability here, Gloria Glow, I have it on good authority. She actually does have an ability. But we'll see. And don't worry if you see your fish get zapped. This is just the lobby area. This is practice. Well, I still do wish there's a way to disable, even just to make the enemies not show up there. Maybe we'll get that at some point. Nothing urgent, though. It's just, if I'm playing another game and I'm able to pull this back up for about 5 or 10 seconds, I'd like to see all the fish in there that are actually in there if possible. But it also does give you a little bit of entertainment to see the fish kind of just warming up and then out of nowhere there's Krabby Mike. Not quite with the same ramifications compared with a real game, per se. All right, off headset for a few minutes and back with more Twitchy Tides. We'll get to 10. We'll get our next game started here on NashvilleLou Live. right, back on headset with you here. Up to 9 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. The winner on these Twitchy Tides Freeform fishing games today will win an item from the NashvilleLou collection, but also a Twitchy Tides common fish. We've got more than 10 up to 11 now. Great. I'll take the overlay down. So 11 players in for this next game. If you want in, last chance. Exclamation mark play in chat. And again, for the winner, the prize, a Twitchy Tides common fish, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. And if I can manage to pull this off with the rand fish after the game, not botch it like before, give away a prize from the dig pool to a random fish. We'll try that here. Trying this. I don't know if we'll do this beyond today with this. Trying some stuff out. It's part of the fun with this. Things that were never possible before. Switch up a few variables and see how it works out. So 11 players. If I win, that top prize goes to second place. This next Twitchy Tides game begins now. Good luck. Be sure to join me this Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Tides Tuesday for my portion of it. Should be a good time. Day-long event, multi-streamer event. Many thanks to Las Vegas Ape, who does a great job of organizing it. And it's Debo the Shark taking out Zach Bonifer and Rock Metal. We're down to 9. Remaining players already got a top 10 finish locked up. It's one of the advantages of these smaller games. Easier to get a top 10 finish. Got King Claw well represented. Meanwhile, it's Pink Felicia stinging Jess, Tony, and Veerman. We're down to 7. Look out now for Krabby Mike. Well played by Jungle Banano. That bubble command. And protection from Krabby Mike. So the battle continues. 7 remain. Twitchy Tides Freeform fishing here on NashvilleLou Live. This very fun game, Twitchy Tides. Dave Ira's out. We're down to 6. Crypto Gamers out, down to 5. Got 3 King Claws. Out of the 5 remaining. So Krabby Mike can only threaten Jungle Banano or me at this point. Other 3 players. That's a legendary fish with King Claws. That's understandable. It's got that tremendous power. Am I going to run into those claws? I sure will. There goes my fish. We're down to the final 4. Jungle Banano, Autumn's Toys, Funkin' Crypto, and Kiyoshi Nobu, the final 4. And it's Debo up top, Debo the Shark. Debo takes out Funkin' Crypto, we're down to 3. Jungle Banano, Autumn's Toys, and Kiyoshi Nobu, the final 3. That bubble command. Pink Felicia stings Kiyoshi Nobu, and we're down to 2. Jungle Banano and Autumn's Toys, the final 2. A freeze by Jungle Banano, depth charge. There goes Autumn's Toys, and that's the game. So congratulations, Jungle Banano, the winner here in this second Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. So for the top 10 finishers, Rock Metal on up. You get leaderboard points out of it, all the way up to number 1, and your winner, Jungle Banano, victorious. All right, back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play, get you in. I'll be off headset but close by, and once we get to 10 or soon thereafter, we'll get that next game started here on NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. Alright, back on headset with you here, NashvilleLou Live. This is Twitchy Tide's Freeform Fishing. I have commandeered the fishing category for a game from 25 years ago. Come on, Twitch. Come on, IGDB. Give us Twitchy Tides as a gaming category. Until then, we got fishing. That's how it's going to be. Got 12 players in for this next game. Let me take the overlay down. I'm already in there, so we're good on that. And for today's Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing broadcast, the winners receive a Twitchy Tides Common Fish plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. That will be sent out after the conclusion of the broadcast. So 12 players. If I win, prize goes to second place. 13 players. Bonnie T is in. And this next Twitchy Tides game here on Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing begins now. Good luck. Depth charge. There goes Jess Tony. Early on, we're down to 12. Remember the name of that command I used before. Had on the other computer. It's working over there. There it is. I need to demonstrate it. You got the neon glow from Dragon Rider. It was neon something. It's neon glow. OP Influencer is out. Along with Jungle Banana and Jess Tony. We're down to 10. Remaining players, you got a top 10 finish. Some of y'all are racking up these top 10s here. Bonnie T gets taken out by Big Worm. We're down to 9 remaining. Was it Neon Glow? Is that it? There we go. Pink Felicia stings Panda Chan. Flantality going on offense. A kapow. Well, we're down to 8. Here comes Krabby Mike. Krabby Mike, those claws taken out, going Tonto and Dragon Rider, and we're down to 6. Keep in mind, the bulk of the enemies I have set at a maximum of 2 kills per on-screen appearance. It's 3 for a cannonball, but 2 for everybody else. And remember that as a streamer, you can set that. You can customize that. You can make this your own. And you can do that in so many ways with Twitchy Tides. One of many reasons why I love this game. And such a blessing for people like me that love the world of wax gaming and Twitch live streaming. Pink Felicia stings Natu 6, along with my Neon Fish. We're down to the final 4. Viraman, Flantality, DeBoer JS, and Zach Bonifer. Cannonball going down Broadway right to left, misses everybody. Depth charge, there goes Zach Bonifer, down to 3. Flantality, DeBoer JS, and Viraman. Up top, a cannonball misses everybody. Depth charge. It's going to take out DeBoer JS. We're down to the final 2. Make that the final 1. Flantality gets taken out by that chain reaction. So congratulations, Viraman, the winner here in this third Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. Game. And so for Fondy T on up, it's a top 10 finish. Leaderboard points all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Viraman, victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play will get you in. Alright, already 5 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. I was talking before at the outset of the broadcast that sometimes with Twitchy Tides, you just gotta get it started, get that momentum. If you can make it through the first half hour, 45 minutes, and people say, oh, you're online. Because people got 1,001 things they got going on. But I've been trying to think of ways that I can be creative, play to my strengths. There are already so many creative people that are using auto tides with Twitchy Tides and finding ways to make that work. Okay, what can I use with the standard setup? But I'm giving you the live broadcast. I'm here with you for it. See how that works out. So it's exclamation point play to get in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Do some more work for article going up later today over on mockdraftnfl.com. Get to that point of the year, start doing some daily write-ups about stuff leading up to the NFL draft. Less than 3 weeks away now from night one. For a lot of you, this means nothing, but for me, it's more than just a hobby. This is business for me. Hello to everybody watching over on DraftKing.com. I've owned that site since 2003. I have a embed of my Twitch stream there as well. So anytime I'm live here on Twitch and somebody goes to DraftKing.com, get a live look in. And people do watch. I look at the stats from, and Twitch will give you that information. At least as an affiliate, they will. As far as who's watching. A lot of international viewers for me as well. People around the world love this game. They love Twitchy Tides. We got 10 players in. We'll get another minute before we wind up for this next game. So if you're not in yet, you win it for this next game. Exclamation point play. Just type that in chat. And you'll be in. The winner receives a Twitchy Tides common fish and an item from the NashvilleLou collection. We got Scurvy Bot giving out Nash Cash. No dig pass required. There's a 15-minute cooldown between digs, but a 100% success rate. All right, so 10 players in for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Take the overlay down. And so we'll go with this fourth game started here in just a moment. Last chance with exclamation mark play in chat, but be snappy about it. We're about to get this started. So for the winner, the prize, the Twitchy Tides common fish, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. If I win, that top prize goes to the second place finisher. And this next Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. 10 players, so everybody gets a top 10 finish. Plantality gets taken out by a depth charge, and we're down to 9. Cannonball. That takes out 4 Slayer, Anti-Killa, and Virament. We're down to 6. And up top, Pink Felicia stings Chucky and Jess Tony. We're down to 4. Dragon Rider, DeBoer JS, Fonny T, and me. We got a couple of those neons in there. You got that Neon Leon from Fonny T, and we got Krabby Mike up top. DeBoer JS with that Day fish hanging in there as well. Krabby Mike takes out Fonny T. Tough one there trying to get that spin. 0.05 second cooldown. They're sticklers. Meanwhile, Debo is going to take out Dragon Rider. So DeBoer JS is going to get the prize regardless. Somehow, look at that neon fish of mine. Doing the corner angles just right to get around Debo, so the battle continues. Krabby Mike's going to get me, though, it looks like right here. Somehow I got away. This neon fish, it's making a good first impression on me, I got to say. Plus, it looks cool. It fits my brand color. A lot to like about it. And look how Krabby Mike disappears. The battle continues. DeBoer JS is getting the prize. You already know that. And look, I'm Team No Hands at this point. No fair for me to start using commands here when I've got 0-second delay. And it turns out I didn't need to. Debo takes out DeBoer JS, so I get the victory. Congratulations to me. But congratulations really to DeBoer JS. That second place finish, so very good with leaderboard points. Plus you'll be getting the prize when I send out the prizes after the conclusion of the broadcast. Game. Before I forget, I do want to try, I'm not going to do this with every game. I'm going to try the Rand fish. I keep forgetting to do it. All right, so Chucky. So let's see. If I send Chucky a random prize, how would I do that? Exclamation prize and then Chucky, I think is how it works. And this, I believe, will send something for, I hope you get something good here, Chucky. I have no idea. It'll be something random out of my ScurvyBot prize pool. Is that not the right command? No, there we go. And hey, you got something out of the pool there. All right, so for everybody that played in that last game, guess what? You got a top 10 finish. Leaderboard point boost. For Flantality all the way up to number 1. I got the win. DeBoer.js in second. We'll get the prize. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play. In chat will get you in. And again, the winners today here on this Twitchy Tides Freeform fishing show. I've taken over the fishing category. Say, you won't give me this game that came out last year that's by far my number 1 game here on Twitch. And for a lot of other people as well. You're going to ignore that. So I'll use this fishing category for a game that came out 25 years ago. And maybe the IGDB can get their act together and quit stalling, quit slow rolling it, and get it together. And in the interim, we got fishing. And maybe I'll bring some new people in as well. I got 6 people in. Like I was saying earlier, you get the first half hour, 45 minutes, you're up and going, you got people, they're viewing, they're ready to go. And it makes it a lot easier to get the games going. Even when there are a lot of different people doing various things with Twitchy Tides. You got people that have auto tides going. You got, of course, Twitchy Tides TV. And it's just a great opportunity with the world of Wax Gaming and Twitch live streaming. I harp on this a lot, but that's because I'm passionate about this. I've been in broadcasting for 30 years. And I've never seen an opportunity quite like what we have here. I've seen it for the past 3+ years, and it's been frustrating for things to not advance as quickly as I wanted, but isn't that life? And yet here we are. It makes it all the more gratifying to finally be here with this. And I'm so grateful for Twitchy Tides that's made so much of this possible. Also grateful to Dan Asker, what he's done with ScurvyBot, making it a lot more accessible. Because it's what they call gasless. You don't have to pay a VIG to send somebody a prize. As long as you've got the proper amount with your wax is what you got staked. Not to get into the weeds on that, but point being, it's a much easier system. You press a button and boom, you can send out a prize from ScurvyBot in that prize pool. And in many ways, we've only scratched the surface with this. I'm so excited for the possibilities. 9 players in. I anticipate doing another bounty block event. I don't want to interfere with what Las Vegas Apes got going on. He's got it, I think, for the next week. But getting closer to the NFL draft, I'll probably do something to play up. I've got some of those Leaf football cards from 2021, 2022. They stopped producing those on wax, but the ones that are there, like Tyler Show, who's in the NFL draft, he's got some cards in there. I got some of those. Got the Quinn Ewers out of Texas. I think Travion Henderson, really good running back out of Ohio State. I mean, look, the pandemic changed some things as far as the NCAA and extra years of eligibility. And anyway, so it's interesting to see what's possible and try to get a little creative with that. So that's what I'm thinking coming up. So do what you want with the NashvilleLou collection and the promotional items, but there might be opportunities for you to possibly win something you'd want to get with those coming up. All right, 11 players in for this next game. Glad to have all y'all with me here with Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, calling it. Taking over this fishing category. This game from 2000. This gets the okay. This one can be in here. They're fine with me using that as the category, but this actual real game that a ton of people love to play or wanting to play, I can't choose that as a category because somebody's got a little bit of power, and this is them wielding it. Well, I got some power too. Let's take this overlay down. 11 players, and to actually get in for this one, I think it's probably, if I don't go in a certain order, I have a way of forgetting at times. Let's use the Inferno Nessie this time. There we go. So 12 players. These are great opportunities for people to get top 10 finishes, leaderboard point boosts. You need a minimum of 10 players for a game to count. But keep that in mind, please, particularly for new people to this. You don't have to have a wax wallet to play either. You can play for fun. With exclamation play, the game will assign you a fish. You can play for fun. Point being, everybody that wants to play Twitchy Tides gets to. There's not that divide like, oh, I have to get a wallet. Oh, that's an extra step. Because that's what happens then. People are having a bad experience, and oftentimes they leave and don't come back. And you missed your one opportunity. So I think I want to have people have fun times here. There's so many options out there. You only have one of me. And I've got you with me here right now, a dozen players in. For the winner, a Twitchy Tides common fish and an item from the NashvilleLou collection. If I win, prize goes to second place, 13 players in. And this next Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast on Freeform Fishing Episode 13 begins now. 14 players in for this. Right away, Krabby Mike ruining some good times there for Cabin Arna. Still one more kill left. Be careful. There goes DeBoer JS. We're down to a dozen. Remember, King Claw cannot be killed by Krabby Mike. The special power that King Claw has is a legendary fish. It's understandable. You got to have a real high up fish to have something like that. But it doesn't make you immortal. Any killer and 15 Gracious gets stung by Pink Felicia. So remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish. Leaderboard points. You have a lot of fun with the really big games, a lot of players. These smaller ones certainly have their advantages as well. Big Worm the hook takes out Nado 6, takes out Dragon Rider, and we're down to 8. Krabby Mike up top. Bonnie T is out, Cesaro NLV out as well. We're down to 6. More than half the field is out. Cannonball. That takes out Misty, Rios, and Flower. Down to the final 4. Jess Tony, Flantality, Rock Metal. And me, NashvilleLou with that Inferno Nessie. Now Pink Felicia up top, look out. Pink Felicia stings Rock Metal and Flantality. So Jess Tony, you're going to win the prize. You're going to win that Twitchy Tides common fish and the item from the NashvilleLou collection. Regardless of who wins here, but as always that question, who will be the winner? Up top, Debo. Well, Debo decided. Going right to left, it looks like. Well, let's see. Is it unethical if I intentionally use the announcer's jinx to try and upend my opponent? There's no way the shark can get to Jess Tony there. Wow, and a photo finish. Takes out my Inferno Nessie. Jess Tony gets the victory. Here in this 5th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. Good game. All right, so for Nadu 6 on up, a top 10 finish, leaderboard points. The higher the finish, the more leaderboard points you get, all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Jess Tony 19, victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation mark play in chat. I'll be off headset but over on the other computer for a few minutes. We'll get our next game started close to top of the hour, so I'm thinking here. You can go ahead and get in now with exclamation mark play. Secure your spot right away. And I'm thinking around top of the hour, I'll get back on with you here. And we'll get another hour going. I didn't know what to expect here with Freeform Fishing, but so far, so good. Exclamation mark play gets you in. Remember, got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. Subscribers get 10x what regular viewers get. But I appreciate all my viewers regardless, even the people watching right now on Kick. Only thing I allow over there as far as chat goes is emote only, and that's because they require me to do that. I can post there. I got people watching on Kick, I got people watching here on Twitch. The world is watching. Scurvybot's giving out Nash Cash. People are digging, getting prizes, good times. So off headset for a few minutes. I'll be keeping a close eye on things over on that other computer. Get a couple paragraphs written, get some outlines done for my next mock draft NFL.com article. The night 1 of the NFL draft less than 3 weeks away. It's NashvilleLou Live, Twitchy Tides, Freeform Fishing, episode 13. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Lives. We hit 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. A quick reset. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. This is Twitchy Tide's Freeform Fishing, episode number 13. I have taken over. I have commandeered this fishing category. This isn't like IRL fishing. This is a game that came out 25 years ago. That they can let you choose as a category. Twitchy Tides, this phenomenon. They won't. So guess what? Until they do, I'm doing this my way. 16 players in. Let's take this overlay down. Might throw in an extra for the winner of this next game. Give it away, Twitchy Tides Common Fish, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. And I tell you what, I'll throw in a Griffin sketch card from Consumer Break for the winner as well. So that'll be here for this top of the hour. This next one is game number 6. In addition to the Twitchy Tides Common Fish and the item from the NashvilleLou collection, will be from Consumer Break. And Breakman does some tremendous stuff for the wax community, spreading information outside of Discord. What a novel concept. And a related note, notice how successful Breakman has been with the show. It's wonderful. Anyway, Discord's great for groups of like-minded people to discuss ideas and plan, etc. It's not the place to do your marketing. That's not directed at anybody specifically, but just in general. I've seen it over and over and over the past 4 years. Warrants mentioning. All right, 16 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. So for the winner of this next game, it'll be a Twitchy Tides Common Fish, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Griffin sketch card from Consumer Break. In addition, I'll do a Rand Fish. We'll give away another random prize out of the Scurvybot Dig Pool to somebody in this game. And as always, if I win, prize goes to second place. And this 6th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast on this Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing episode, Prince Paradox getting in just in time. 17 players. And this next game begins now. Good luck. Welcome to Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. Pink Felicia stings Panda Chan and Prince Paradox. Early on, we're down to 15. Glad to have you here, Prince Paradox. Glad to have all y'all here. Pink Felicia stings Chucky along with Flower, and we're down to 13. But think about what a positive difference Pop Paragon has made with this one game. The entire world of wax gaming and Twitch live streaming. That hook, Big Worm. Normally it's supposed to take out 2, but Nadu6 is out, Benny Alien, Anti-Kill, and now Jeff 0079 gets the hook. Or at least Jeff got a top 10 finish out of it, as has everyone else. Did I not get in? That happens sometimes. I get out of sequence with things. I no-showed my own event. That's one way to make sure I don't accidentally win. Dragon Rider and Jin Terry. I never try to lose per se, but I don't usually use commands. It's more fun if other people win. It's actually an extra step. I gotta make sure I don't put the winner in on the comment line when I send out the prize later. Like instead of game 3 winner, it just says game 3 prize. Crypto Gamer gets taken out by Debo the Shark in that top left corner. We're down to 6. See, this is so weird. It's not part of my team. What's that going, Tonto? The fish you got on screen was not the one you wanted? That's like, looks like a common fish, isn't it? Did you choose one of the new ones? It's possible you have a fish that's not actually available in the game yet, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Plantality gets taken out by that cannonball. We're down to 5. I would say this is where the positive of Discord. Some great community people in the Twitchy Tides Discord. We'll get answers to your questions. Good people. JR since 82 gets hooked. That also takes out Going Tonto, and that's the game. So congratulations to Board JS. So along with the Twitchy Tides Common Fish and the item from the NashvilleLou collection that all the winners get today. For that one, throwing in a Consumer Break Griffin sketch card as well. So congratulations on that. And before I forget, you got to do this now before for the randfish. I'll do one here, and we'll send out a prize from that ScurvyBot prize pool. Randfish to Chucky. Chucky gets it again. Lucky. But it's so easy with a ScurvyBot hit. Exclamation prize. Chucky. Rigged, says Transparent Hawks. And there you get an item from the online end. Works out quite well. All right, so along with that, of course, the top 10 finishers are getting leaderboard points. That's for Jeff 0079 on up, all the way to number 1 and your winner. The Board JS, victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play in chat. We'll get you in. I'll go ahead now. Before I forget later, I'll get in with exclamation point play. Get in for this next game. What was it? Was it Neon Glow? It won't tell me if I ask the ability. So it's so new, it hasn't been updated yet. The Neon Glow, is that what it is? Yeah, it is. All right. Need to know this off the top of my head there. I just blended that fish like shortly before I went live, to the point that one of the 2 fish that were consumed in that blend actually was in that first game, was already loaded into the game before the blend happened. So I had one more run there with Neon. Exclamation mark play will get you in for this next Twitchy Tides game. We got ScurvyBot giving out Nash Cash. Got people able to dig. No dig pass required. 15-minute cooldown, but a 100% success rate. We're 8 players in. We need a minimum of 10 players for a game that'll count for leaderboard points. But it's been very interesting to me to see the approaches taken by different streamers, particularly with auto tides. I don't have a bull to do one of those at the moment. But as it is, this is an opportunity for me to try something a little bit different. Try switching some variables. Auto tides, you can run that while you're asleep. I presume at least, and that should be pretty straightforward as long as you got your chat in line or somebody to help you out with that. So with this, I can't quite do this in my sleep. It may feel like it sometimes, but 30 years of broadcasting, I can do whatever. Give me a microphone, I'll go. All right, 11 players in. So last chance to get in for this next game of Twitchy Tides with exclamation mark play in chat. Winner gets a Twitchy Tides common fish and an item from the NashvilleLou collection. All right, let's take the overlay down. Double check. Yes, I really am in for this one. After I missed the last one, it's not a... not just going through the motions on it. I gotta make sure I really am in there. And I am. All right, so a dozen players in for this next game. The winner gets a Twitchy Tides common fish, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. If I win, the prize goes to second place. And this next Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Twitchy Tides Freeform fishing. And right away, a cannonball takes out Dragon Rider and Fawny T. So everybody else, you've got a top 10 finish already. Debo the Shark, working the low side, going left to right, takes out Dave Ira and DeBoer JS. Plantality of that boost, making a statement there, but the damage done. We're down to 8. Pink Felicia stings Chucky and Misty Rios. Half the field is out. We're down to 6. Was it Neon Glow? Is that it? There we go. Neon Glow. Up top, a tough break for Flantality with that spin right before Debo the Shark came through. Debo, my Neon Fish a little too fast there. It got taken out as well by Debo. We're down to the final four. Cabinarna, Cesaro NLV, Virament, and Crypto Gamer. Big Worm with a hook. There goes Cesaro. It catches Cabinarna on the way out. And we're down to the final two. Crypto Gamer and Virament, the last two. Look out for Pink Felicia. Stinging Crypto Gamer, and that's the game. So congratulations, Virament. First multi-time winner here in this broadcast. Got the victory in game number 3, and here in game number 7, also victorious. In addition, for Dave Ira on up, it's a top 10 finish, so you're getting leaderboard points. Helps in that monthly competition, all the way up to number 1. And your winner, Virament, victorious. All right, back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game. You can get in right now. !play in chat. I'll be off headset for just a few minutes over on the other computer. Some other work to work on. Well, we got this going on. You can go ahead and get in right now with !play. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. NashvilleLou Live. right, we've got 13 players in this next Twitchy Tides game. Let's take the overlay down. I'm not sure if I actually got in, so we'll do that right now with the Lulu fish. So 14 players for this next Twitchy Tides game. Last chance for you to get in for this one. You can do so with exclamation mark play in chat, but you can be snappy about it. Alright, so for the winner of this next Twitchy Tides game, the prize, an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Twitchy Tides common fish. In addition, top 10 finishers get leaderboard points for that monthly competition. If I win, that top prize goes to second place. And this next Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Right away, big worm, that hook. Titiro and Veerman taken out, down to 13. Jeff to below 7-9. And DeBoer JS both get stung by Pink Felicia, and we're down to 11. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing. You're on NashvilleLou Live. Pink Felicia stings Misty Rios, along with Dragon Rider. Remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish locked up. Felicia got the kapow there from Plantality. Down to 9. Make that 8, make that 7 as Debo the Shark takes out 15 Gracious and Fawny T. We're down to 7, more than half the field is out. Here comes Debo up top. Tough break on the spins there from Plantality. I was going to say, and Going Tonto, but Going Tonto got away just in time. Not as fortunate at Rock Metal, who got taken out. We're down to 5. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live, playing Twitchy Tides. Freeform Fishing. And the hook, Big Worm takes out Anti-Killa. We're down to the final 4. Going Tonto. Cesaro NLV, Bo Reddington, and me, NashvilleLou, with a Lulu fish. Depth charge, and there goes Cesaro. Down to the final 3. You got Lulu, a Lambo, and a Whaley Grayley. With me, Going Tonto, and Bo Reddington in there. Pink Felicia takes out my fish, takes out Going Tonto, and that's the game. So congratulations, Bo Reddington, the winner here in this 8th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. And remember, prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast, and those will be sent from my fulfillment wallets on Wax. I have to move some of those common fish from my personal wallet over here to the prize wallet. All right. I've got plenty, but they'll still be part of the process. So anyway, for Dragon Rider, it'll get taken care of. Don't worry about it. Dragon Rider on up, top 10 finish, all the way to number 1, and your winner, Bo Reddington, victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game. You can get in with exclamation mark play in chat. It's a good game. Already got 7 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. You can join as well. All you need to do is type exclamation point play in chat, hit enter. I've been guilty of forgetting that last part, or not hitting the chat button in OBS Studios interface. Oops, I'm not a game that I'm hosting. I somehow overlook myself. Quite the blunder. Got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. Got a linked Wax wallet. Linked with Scurvybot. Just for watching me here live on stream, you're earning that Nash cash. Dig every 15 minutes. 10 Nash cash to dig. 100% success rate. Trying a few variables, a few things a bit differently. Maybe at some point I'll end up getting a dig pass. I don't want to speak ill of it. I'm just trying a different approach to see how it works out. I've seen some success for other streamers that have utilized that. I said, well, what if I try this path? More than anything, I want people to have good experiences when they come here to watch me live on stream. And as much as I rely on my experience of 30 years in broadcasting, traditional broadcasting, radio and television, you can get the kind of instant feedback from your audience with this that you can never get in radio or TV. Or in radio, maybe you'll get a small sample size from the subsection of your audience 25 years ago that would call you up. The actual studio line, people would call you on the phone. Request a song. Today's where you just pull up whatever song you want on YouTube or Spotify or whatever your musical outlet of choice is. Like to hear a song, sometimes you would have to hope that the radio station would play it. I remember I was actually in the Young Broadcasters Club in high school over at studios where WKDF, at that point, a rock station. They flipped to country back in 1999. Man. Anyway. But I think that's where I learned, like, if they say, we'll see what we can do, that's basically radio carny for, we're not going to play that song. Well, we don't want to tell you no, so you turn it off or get mad. But I never liked the whole can DJ. Like, if you open the mic after the song, got 30 or 45 seconds, you're expected to do things in a certain way. I was never smooth enough to pull it off. Like, some people are just masterful. My buddy Big Rig, Ron Michaels down in Tampa. It's great because Big Rig voice tracks afternoons on 105.9 The Rock here in Nashville. So, like, Tuesday of last week. Well, no, this was this past Tuesday. Kind of missed Tides Tuesday. Driving down I-24, heading to Swanee, Tennessee. There's Big Rig on my radio. My buddy. Hey. Work together down at the Clear Channel, Tampa. It's not called Clear Channel anymore. It's iHeartRadio. But Ron Michaels, a real pro. Anyway, point being, I knew that no matter how long I tried or worked at it, I was never going to be as smooth as some people like that are just boom. They've got it. No, not everybody can be that smooth and also have quality content. A lot of what it said is just gibberish and nonsense. Not everything about the old days of radio is reminisced about fondly. But if you got something like Big Rig that's been in the business even longer than I have, a lot longer, he can handle basically anything. On a voice track, you're not having to handle things. You're just reading your lines, sound enthusiastic, connecting with your audience, like we do here. But my whole point in that diatribe was to say that you can get a type of immediate feedback from your audience that you can't get in traditional broadcasting here in the world of streaming. Makes it very different, but in a good way. As far as if you listen to your audience, if you truly want to know what your audience wants, listen to them. All right. So we've got 14 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. I'll take the overlay down. I'll make sure I get in, unlike what happened earlier. So I'm in with that Soul the Catfish, the white and yellow variety. 15 players for this next game. For the winner, prize is a Twitchy Tides common fish plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. If I win, prize goes to second place. Got 17 players in. And this 9th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Welcome to Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13 here on NashvilleLou Live. Debo the Shark takes out Fonny T and 15 Gracious. Early on, we're down to 15. For players looking for a top 10 finish, that'll give you leaderboard points at monthly competition. Meanwhile, look out down below. It's Krabby Mike, those sharp claws taking out SDB123 and Flantality out as well. We're down to 13. Remember, most of these enemies are capped at a maximum of 2 kills per appearance. It's 3 for a cannonball. But I love that you can customize that as a streamer. You have that option, that latitude. Here comes Debo the Shark. Going right to left, taking out Tatiro, Bo Reddington. Down to 11. I'll throw some glitter out here before I forget. There's some glitter. Meanwhile, Pink Felicia, unaffected by the glitter and the distraction, taking out RCP, ADG, and Liquid Chill. We're down to 9. Remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish. We'll get into these games here on Freeform Fishing, get these top 10 finishes in. Quite helpful. Chucky gets taken out by Debo's got one more kill, and there goes Dragon Rider. We're down to 7. There's a cannonball warning, but I never saw it. Again with 17, we're down to 7. Krabby Mike. On the low side, taking out DeBoer JS and going Tonto. We're down to 5. Depth charge. There goes Misty Rios down to the final 4. Jeff 0079, Anti-Killa, Cesaro NLV, and me, NashvilleLou. Here comes Pink Felicia. Felicia stings Jeff 0079. Felicia stings Cesaro. So it's down to my fish and Anti-Killa. So Anti-Killa is going to get the prize. Let's find out who's going to get the win. Here comes Debo. Debo the Shark. Debo takes out Anti-Killa. And that's the game. So improbably, they end up getting the victory. My second win of the broadcast. They sus. But of course, when I win, prize goes to second place. So make sure I've marked that down. I know who to send the prize to. All right, so for Liquid Chill on up, it's a top 10 finish. All the way up to number 1. I got the win. Anti-Killa in second. Look at that top prize. All right, back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game. You can get in now with !play in chat. I'll be off headset for just a few minutes, but just across the room. And we'll get back before too long with this next Twitchy Tides game here on NashvilleLou Live. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. I got 20 players, and I look away for a second. I come back, 21 players. more, and I love it. Can't get enough of Twitchy Tides. This is Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. An old baby shark pre-party over here. All right, let's take the overlay down. If you're not in yet, you want in. Last chance. ! Play in chat. Unfortunately, due to the copyright monsters, I'm very careful with the music I play, including the baby shark music. That can be fun for people, but I'm just very wary. Those copyright monsters don't play fair. They can't be reasoned with, so I'm very cautious. Anyway, so 22 players in. This next year, I'll switch it up, and I'll use the Lulu fish this time. Remember, if you've got your Twitchy team, you can switch between numbers 1 through 5. Although it's still showing the one before in there. But when the new one starts up, and the actual game starts here in just a second, we'll have... Well, I should have Lulu in there. I guess to be determined. Therefore, good luck. I'll put the emotes in chat. All right, so 22 players in. If I win, prize, and that's happened already twice. Happened the last game. Improbable. Team No Hands coming through for me. But absent that happening somehow again, if I win, prize goes to second place. Winner gets a Twitchy Tides common fish and an item from the NashvilleLou collection. We got 22 players in for this one. And this next game of Twitchy Tides begins now. Good luck. Depth charge and right away going Tonto and Crypto Gamer are out. And we're down to 20. That's how it works sometimes in Twitchy Tides. Yeah, tough break out of the gate like that. Meanwhile, Pink Foliation not wasting any time, stinging Bo Reddington and Chucky. We're down to 18. Instant death, says going Tonto. And that's the downside of not having some sort of a little party to start it off with to get people a chance to get synced up. That's just kind of been the approach I've taken. We get to it, and we get to it fast. Pink Foliation stings Dragon Rider and Parrot. We're down to 16. I don't want to sneak up on people. I try not to do that. Some streamers like to do it that way. They want their audience to be very attentive. I am entirely indifferent on the attentiveness. As long as you're watching, as long as that video is playing, you can be doing 5 other things. I'd love to have you in here with the fish game, but some people just want to listen anyway. But that's where it's different for me than other streamers. And that's part of the beauty of this. You can make this your own, not just Twitchy Tides, but live streaming in general. It's the novelty still hasn't worn off, just because in the old days you couldn't do anything remotely close to this. And now I can broadcast from the comfort of my home to the entire world. Pink Felicia takes out Flantality and aboard JS. Half the field is out now. We're down to 11. Jess Tony gets taken out by that hook from Big Worm. Random King's out as well. Remaining players have a top 10 finish locked up. We're down to 9. Now Debo. Going right to left. Debo the Shark takes out Misty Rios. We're down to 8. Big Worm with a hook. Kevin Arna's out. We're down to 7. This is Twitchy Tide's Freeform Fishing, episode 13. Taking over the fishing category. It's mine now. Not some game from 25 years ago. Not just mine, I'm claiming it on behalf of Twitchy Tides so we get an actual proper category for this wonderful game. Pink Felicia stings Anti-Killer. Kevin Arna out as well. We're down to 6. Here comes Krabby Mike taking out Fawny T. We're down to 5. Krabby Mike still has one more kill. Can my Lulu get past? Okay, that's a clear enough angle to get by. But Krabby Mike takes out Cesaro NLV. We're down to the final 4. SDB 1, 2, 3. Loki, 15 Gracious. And me, NashvilleLou with the Lulu fish. My unofficial mascot here. Cannonball, there goes Lulu. There goes King Claw, 15 Gracious is out. Down to the final 2, Loki. And SDME 1, 2, 3. Krabby Mike working the perimeter. Krabby Mike with that wall crawl. There goes Loki, and that's the game. So congratulations, SDME 1, 2, 3. The winner here in this 10th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. And so for Random King on up, a top 10 finish. All the way to number 1 and your winner. SDME 1, 2, 3. Victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation mark play. In chat, we got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. We got people able to dig every 15 minutes for 10 Nash Cash. 100% success rate. No dig pass required. And I might have a change of heart about that, but this has been such a great opportunity to try a few variables, a few things that are a bit different than what some other streamers do. There's some fantastic streamers in the world of wax gaming. What's exclamation point play to get in for this next Twitchy Tides game? I tell you, it's a bit of a relief to have just normal weather here in the Nashville area today. Last couple of days, we had just some really rough storms, a bunch of tornado warnings, flash floods. They had to cancel Metro Nashville schools yesterday because the roads were flooded. It would have been very dangerous to put those school buses out there. And that's a tough decision, because if you're closing the schools, you're inconveniencing a whole lot of people. But when you talk about the safety of children, that's people will usually understand. At least most level-headed will. So it's exclamation mark play in chat to get in this next Twitchy Tides game. What I've dubbed Freeform Fishing. I was using the name Freeform before, so I don't want to start another show name. I'll just modify that one. We'll add fishing to it. Commandeer the fishing category. This game from 25 years ago that nobody plays. Most of the stuff on there is actually should be in the IRL channel for people that are fishing in real life. Motion sickness television, that's most definitely not for me. But some people really like it. I love the artwork in Twitchy Tides. That to me, it's not gotten old. Got some creative artists involved. And when you're talking multiple people, it can be difficult to make sure everything fits within the same universe. It doesn't feel out of place. But they've managed to do that with Twitchy Tides. And you get this wide variety. They're all classified as fish or fishies, depending on the nomenclature you want to go with. You might have Buster Beaver. You might have a submarine. You might have Hydrokylo. You might have the Vape Ape. You got a lot of options, is my point. We've got 10 players in for this next game. That's enough. That's the minimum we need. I'm going to take the overlay down. Last chance if you want to get in for this next game. Winner gets a Twitchy Tides common fish plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. I'll use the Rainbow Soul the catfish this time. So if you want in, don't dawdle right now. Go ahead and type !play in chat. We're going to get this next game started here in just a moment. This will be game number 11 of the broadcast. Moving right along here quite swiftly, but in a good way. It's tough. There's a lot of competition. Dayside US, and yet with Twitchy Tides, I have so much fun with this. All right, 11 players in for this next game. If I win, the prize goes to second place. Winner gets a Twitchy Tides common fish and an item from the NashvilleLou collection. If I win, prize goes to second place. And this, we got 11 players in for this 11th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast, which begins now. Good luck. NashvilleLou live with Twitchy Tides. Freeform fishing. Pink Felicia takes out my Rainbow Soul the catfish. Everybody else besides me gets a top 10 finish out of this. Random King out. We're down to 9. Again, these smaller games, that's a big advantage. If you get to play a bunch of those, you get some top 10 finishes. That might make the difference between you getting a top 25 or top 75, etc. Here comes Debo the Shark, taking out Flantality and aboard JS. And we're down to 7. And a riser of a cannonball. That takes out Crypto Gamer, Zach Bonifer, and Nado6. We're down to the final 4. Bo Reddington, Jeff 0079, Fonny T, and Parrot 314. Here comes Pink Felicia stinging Jeff 0079. Well-timed flare command from Fonny T, that Neon Leon fish. We're down to 3. Parrots, Bo Reddington, and Fonny T. Fonny T gets taken out by a depth charge. So we're down to 2. The final 2. Parrot 314 and Bo Reddington. Cannonball. That takes out Parrot, and that's the game. So congratulations, Bo Reddington. Second win of the broadcast. You get the victory here in this 11th Twitchy Tides game. You're on Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. So 11th place, not good enough, but for Random King and everybody else, top 10 finish, all the way to number 1. And your winner, Bo Reddington, for the second time in this broadcast, victorious in Twitchy Tides. All right, back open for that next Twitchy Tides game with !play in chat. Remember, we got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. Subscribers get 10 times the amount regular viewers get. Subscribers also get commercial-free viewing. Whether a subscriber or just regular, glad to have you here on NashvilleLou Live. Friends, just a few things a little bit differently with this Twitchy Tides Freeform. Now that we got Scurvybot in place here, trying this format out a bit. Also using this fishing category. I'm taking it. I'm not giving it back. Not until you give me a Twitchy Tides category. So at the moment, 1,551 assets in the dig pool. 10 Nash Cash per dig. You got a 100% chance of success, 15-minute cooldown between digs. Already got 8 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Get in with exclamation point play in chat. Make that 9. The winners today getting that Twitchy Tides common fish and item from the NashvilleLou collection. People digging up all sorts of fun things with ScurvyBot dig pool. You know what I want to figure out is how to make it where somebody, if somebody wants to make a donation using wax, a way to interact that with a live stream, particularly if you're streaming to multiple platforms. Now, I gotta make sure it doesn't do some sort of a TOS violation, of course, but I try to be careful about that. That's why I do the things I do with the music a certain way. I don't want to be able to use this stuff elsewhere if I need to, and more importantly, not break the rules. Just because you can get away with it this week doesn't mean that next week there won't be a prize to be paid. I just urge caution with that, but it's not my job to tell other people how to run their streams. And I'm glad. I've got the latitude to run my stream the way I want to within the confines of what the rules are with Twitch. And but I think there's so much potential. All right, 13 players in for this next game. If you want to get in on it, last chance for this game with exclamation mark play in chat. I'll take the overlay down. Make sure I join as well. Got a new arrival in. Says Gloria Glow doesn't have an ability, but that's not the case. That neon glow command. All right, 14 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. For the 12th of the broadcast. Winner gets a Twitchy Tides common fish plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. If I win, prize goes to second place. Where you're earning Nash cash from ScurvyBot just for being here watching me live here on Twitch. Hello to everybody watching on Kick as well. Simulcast there, and even though I don't allow chat there, except for emotes, and I encourage people to watch on Twitch, I'm thrilled for those that choose to watch on Kick. Glad to have you there. I wouldn't be streaming there if I didn't want people to have that option. 14 players. And this next Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Cannonball. Slide over shot. Use my neon glow command. Jeff's out, Parrot's out, so am I. And we're down to 11. Lambo commands. Making it rain big time here. Look at that, throwing that cash around the spin. A nice touch there from Going Tonto, that Whaley Grayley. Normally you see the Lambo fish that can use the Lambo command, but those Whaley Grayleys can do basically anything. I mean, it's a Grail fish. You have to really earn those. And here comes Debo the Shark. Debo. Look out, Dave Ira. We're down to 10. So remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish. Look out now up top, Krabby Mike. Chucky is out. So is Veerman. We're down to 8. Because I have got the cap at 2 for the maximum kills per on-screen appearance. Nothing further that Krabby Mike could do there. So we're down to 8 remaining. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. Krabby Mike takes out Cesaro NLV. Krabby Mike still has one more kill. Although it's not going to bother any of the King Claws. As noted, they're immune from being taken out, being killed by Krabby Mike. Well, Reddington caught a break there. Krabby Mike exits top part of the screen just before a potential collision. The battle continues. Half the field is out now, more than half the field. Bonnie T and Going Tonto both taken out by King Claw. And we're down to 5. So we got Loki in there with 4 legendaries, 3 King Claws, and a Lambo. I am correct on that, right? That a Lambo is a legendary. Feel fairly certain I wouldn't have actually said it. Then once the words out of my mouth, like, well, is that really true? Bo Reddington's out. Autumn's Toys out as well. And we're down to the final 3. Loki, Crypto Gamer, and Antikilla. The last 3. And look out now for Pink Felicia. Loki's out, Antikilla's out, and that's the game. Crypto Gamer with the win here in this 12th game of the broadcast. All right. So for Chucky on up, a top 10 finish. That's leaderboard points you get. That could make all the difference in that monthly competition. Krabby Mike quite busy, as you can see. All the way up to number 1, as was Pink Felicia. Ultimately your winner, Crypto Gamer, victorious. All right, back open for our next Twitchy Tides game. I'll have that coming up around top of the hour. I think I'll do like I did in the last hour. I'll throw in an extra bonus for that next game, along with the Twitchy Tides Common Fish, an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Triple check to make sure I actually do have a second of these, and I do with these. Another Griffin sketch card from Consumer Break. Breakman, doing a great job with those Wednesday shows, keeping everybody up to speed on what's going on in the world of wax. All right, so I'll be off headset for a few minutes, then closer, if not just past top of the hour, back with that next game as we get ready for the 3rd hour. 2 hours in already, it's flown by. Having a blast here. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. Go ahead and get in now for that next game with exclamation mark play in chat. NashvilleLou Live. right, back on headset with you here as we hit noon Eastern Daylight Time. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. This is Twitchy Tides, Freeform Fishing, Episode 13. I've commandeered the fishing category, game from 25 years ago. Just give me Twitchy Tides as a category on here, and I'll be happy with it. Until then, we're trying it this way. So 14 players are in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you want to get in, last chance with exclamation mark play in chat. Take the overlay down. I'll get in with exclamation mark play. It says my Gloria Glow doesn't have an ability. That's not actually true. Is it Glow Neon or Neon Glow? We'll try it one way, and if it doesn't work, we'll do the other. All right, so 16 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. In addition, we'll do a rand fish after the game, and one lucky player will get a prize from the Scurvy Bot Dig Pool. Trying some different stuff out here, seeing what works, what might be a good fit longer term. 17 players in. So if I win, prize goes to second place. Winner gets a Griffin sketch card from Consumer Break, a Twitchy Tides, Common Fish, an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Top 10 finishers, you get leaderboard points. If I win, that top prize goes to second place. And this 13th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. 17 players in. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing. Episode 13, NashvilleLou Live. Get the neon glow. Is that it? It is. All right. Meanwhile, going Tonto. That Lambo command. Going in a spin. Taking our aim with style. Meanwhile, Cannonball. Taking the low road, taking out Veerman, Fawny T, and 15 Gracious. We're down to 14. Most enemies are capped at 2 kills, but it's a cannonball coming through. I think it's justified to be 3. Why I set it up that way. Parrot is out, as is Random King. We're down to a dozen. But I love that you can customize it. Like by enemy even, as far as how many the maximum kills. You can make where there's no limit. Super no vacancy. Meanwhile, Krabby Mike takes out Loki and 4 Slayer. We're down to 10. So remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish. Cannonball, a rise of a shot, takes out Mortal Wombat. Or Wombat Warrior. Anti-Killa and Cesaro NLV. We're down to 7. Pink Felicia coming through. Stings a Sheik Shan and Misty Rios, and we're down to 5. This is Twitchy Tides. You're on NashvilleLou Live. The hook from Big Worm. Bo Reddington's out, so is Going Tonto. We're down to the final 3. Zach Bonifer, Jungle Banano, and me, NashvilleLou. And it's Debo. Jungle Banano got killed by Debo with that bubble command. Sent Debo in the other direction. So Zach Bonifer's going to get the prize here. We know that for a fact. Well-timed ghost command with that Swimsley fish by Zach. Cannonball's going to miss both of us up top. Now it's Debo. There goes my fish, and that's the game. So congratulations, Zach Bonifer. You get the victory here in this 13th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. You win that Twitchy Tides Common Fish, item from the NashvilleLou collection, and that special bonus from Consumer Break, that Griffin sketch card. Congratulations on the victory. In addition, of course, for the top 10 finishers, leaderboard points. The higher the finish, the more leaderboard points you get, of course. So for Wombat Warrior on up, a top 10 finish, all the way to number 1, And your winner, Zach Bonifer, victorious. Just like that, back open for our next Twitchy Tides game. You can get in right now with !play in chat. So for today's broadcast, the winners of these Twitchy Tides games will receive a Twitchy Tides common fish plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. There's so much potential with Twitchy Tides that is yet to come. You think about the relatively small player base we have now, but just wait until this game, the right people see it, it starts to catch on, people see how much fun it is. I will bring viewers to your stream. And ultimately, how much fun it is. So it's !play to go ahead and get in for that next Twitchy Tides game. I'm not for sure about broadcasting possibilities for tomorrow. I might do this again with Twitchy Tides. We'll see. Maybe a different game. To be determined. Basketball to watch as well. The Final Four coming up. So it's !play. Type that in chat to get in for that next Twitchy Tides game. The way it works with Twitchy Tides, you need a minimum of 10 players for a game to count for the leaderboard. So if you're a new streamer, if you're new to Twitchy Tides and you want to try it out, say, well, Lou, what's a good piece of advice? All right, wait till you got at least 10 players in. If for some reason you're having trouble getting people in, go over to the Twitchy Tides Discord. There's a channel called Self-Promotion. Put on there, hey, I'm new. Streaming this, come play. And you'll probably have people glad to help you out. Got 9 players in. I'm not in yet, so I can join. That'll give us 10, which will be the minimum. I'll take the overlay down. If you want in for this next game, get in right now with !play in chat. I'll use the Inferno Nessie here. So 11 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. For the winner, the prize is a Twitchy Tides common fish, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Of course, if you finish top 10, you're getting leaderboard points. 12 players in for this next game. And this 14th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing here on NashvilleLou Live. And a depth charge takes out Flantality. Early on, we're down to 11. We're going to do an Inferno spin real fast. Easy to space right where you want it when you have 0 lag. Meanwhile, up top, Debo the Shark getting flipped around, but Flantality is out going Tonto out as well. We're down to 10 remaining players. We've already got a top 10 finish locked up. No hiding behind my logo. Parrots down there. Good place for a freeze with that hook from Big Worm up to that upper left part. It's going to take out Anti-Killa along with Jungle Banana. We're down to 8. And here comes Pink Felicia up top, taking out Parrot, along with my Inferno Nessie. So half the field is out. We're down to 6. Make plans to watch Tides Tuesday next week. My leg of it starts at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 0200 UTC. Depth Charge takes out Loki, down to 5. I was off this past Tuesday with a men's lacrosse NCAA broadcasting commitment. I'll be back for Tuesday of next week. Pink Felicia zaps Zach Bonifer. We're down to the final 4. Chucky, Cesaro NLV, Drumar, and Wombat Warrior. Up top, Pink Felicia going left to right. Drumar gets taken out. We're down to 3. Chucky gets away. And there goes Pink Felicia. So it's Cesaro NLV, Wombat Warrior, and Chucky. The final 3. Depth Charge. There goes Chucky. There goes Wombat Warrior. Cesaro off-screen the winner. It's like the guy that hides underneath the ring in a battle royal, then runs back in at the end. All right, so Cesaro NLV gets the victory here in this 14th game of the broadcast. The first win today on this stream for Cesaro's had some very successful games in the past here. Not a surprise to see him. They're top of the leaderboard. Top of the winner list there, I should say. Anyway, anti-kill on up. You got a top 10 finish. All the way to number 1 and your winner. Cesaro NLV victorious. Just like that, we're back open for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play and chat will get you in. I'll be off headset for a few minutes, but I'll be close by. Look at this next game started. Be giving away another Twitchy Tides common fish. Item from the NashvilleLou collection. And don't forget about ScurvyBot. Giving out that Nash cash. Be sure you're getting your digs in every 15 minutes. 100% success rate. Twitchy Tides, NashvilleLou Live. Next game, just a few minutes away. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. We've got 14 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Here on Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. If you want to get in for this next game, last chance. Exclamation point play in chat. I'll bring the overlay down. I'll join with exclamation mark play, and I'll use my Lulu fish. I've got the number 2 spot. Remember, with your Twitchy team, you can set numbers 1 through 5, assign 5 different fish. Allows you to cycle through them as you see fit. Or if you're watching multiple streamers, you want to use one fish on one stream, a different one on a different one, you can do that, and it works out quite well. So we've got 15 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. For the winner, the prize is a Twitchy Tides common fish, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Also, I was going to do a randfish after that last game. It slipped my mind, so we'll do one here. A randfish as well. 16 players in. Scroll down too far. There we go. I got a big list of winners. We're sending out those prizes in the order they were won shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast. My fulfillments wallet on wax. And real quick, I'll show off the ping command, P-I-N-G. Makes your fish twice as large. Get the 2-up version for a minute. A little bit of a pulse behind it as well. It's particularly helpful if you've got a game you're playing with, got a lot of fish in there. Watching Breakman, got an 80, 90, 100 deep, or Las Vegas Ape. Then sometimes your name flips backward and then it gets righted when you bounce off a wall. So 16 players in for this next game. If I win the prize, the Twitchy Tides common fish and the item from the NashvilleLou collection, that goes to the second place finisher in the event that I win. 16 players in, and this 15th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. Right away, a depth charge. Tough break there for Going Tonto. Early on, we're down to 15. Here comes Pink Felicia taking out Viper, Czar, and Parrots. Down to 13. Here's the Dream command. Felicia can't sting anybody else. Well, she gets the Kapow. A little 1-2 combo there, teaming up with Flantality. Despite that, the enemies will return. Here comes Debo the Shark, taking out Veerman. Bonnie T with that Flare command helps out Flantality with Frozen. It looked like a problematic spot, but the Flare. Bit of a bailout there. Now a Cannonball takes out Kyoshinobu, Autumn's Toys, and Bonnie T. Half the field is out now. We're down to 8. Remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish locked up. Cannonball. Up top, that Cannonball took out Flantality, Jeff 0079, and Anti-Killa. We're down to 5. Pink Felicia. Bo Reddington is out. We're down to the final 4. Nastya, Chucky, Cesaro NLV, and me, NashvilleLou with a Lulu fish. And it's Krabby Mike at ground level. There goes my Lulu fish. We're down to 3. Krabby Mike has 1 more kill remaining. That's all Krabby Mike will get on that appearance. Nastya, Cesaro NLV, Chucky, the final 3. Make that final 2 now with Chucky getting hooked by Big Worm. It's Nastya and Cesaro NLV. Using that Lambo command to make it rain. Now here comes Debo. Debo the Shark up top. Like both players will avoid Debo here. Hooked stage left, says Chucky. So Cesaro NLV and Nastya, the last 2 in there. Pink Felicia stings Nastya, and that's the game. So congratulations, Cesaro NLV. Back-to-back victories. The winner in game number 14 and the winner in game number 15. Congratulations. In addition, top 10 finish. Autumn's Toys on up. You're getting leaderboard points out of it. All the way to number 1 and your winner Cesaro NLV victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation mark play in chat. This is Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing here on NashvilleLou Live. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing. Episode 13 here with Twitchy Tides. We got 14 players in for this next game. If you'd like to get in and you're not in yet, last chance to do so with exclamation point play in chat. Take the overlay down. I'll get in as well with exclamation mark play. Use the Rainbow Solar Catfish that I've got in the number 1 spot on my Twitchy team. We've got 15 players in for this next game. For the winner, the prize is a Twitchy Tides common fish plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Make a note to myself to remember to do the rand fish. I keep saying I'm going to do that and then I haven't. That's not good. Gotta live up to the promises. So we'll do a rand fish here for the winner. We'll get a random prize from the Scurvy Bot pool, that prize pool. People to dig every 15 minutes, 100% success rate. 10 Nash Cash. You can earn Nash Cash just for watching me here live on stream on Twitch. With your connected Wax wallet connected to Scurvy Bot. All right, 15 players. If I win, prize goes to second place. And this 16th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Big Worm of the Hook takes out Chucky along with Parrots. Early on, we're down to 13. The Hook from Big Worm takes out My Fish along with Cesaro NLV. Down to 11. Here comes Debo. Debo the Shark. The Kapow right there. Flantality. That boost command. Up top now. Pink Felicia going right to left. Felicia stings Dave Ira along with Jungle Banano. Remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish locked up. You've got leaderboard points out of this. Now here comes Krabby Mike up top doing the wall crawl. Zach Bonifer's out. Going Tonto out as well. More than half the field is out now. We're down to 7. Depth charge. That takes out Flantality along with Viper Czar, and we're down to 5. This is Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. And look out down below for Debo the Shark going right to left. Debo takes out Loki on the way out. We're down to the final 4. Jeff 0079, Bo Reddington, Anti-Killa, and Fonny T. The last 4. Bo Reddington with that Lambo command. Here comes Pink Felicia at ground level. Felicia stings Jeff 0079 down to the final 3. Fonny T, Anti-Killa, and Bo Reddington. The Lambo, King Claw, and Neon Leon. Fonny T gets taken out by that cannonball. And it's down to 2. Anti-Killa and Bo Reddington, the last 2. King Claw gets taken out by Debo the Shark, and it's the Lambo from Bo Reddington getting the win here. The 16th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. So I don't forget later. Who's right now with the rand fish? Hey, I'm not going to rand fish myself. Do it again. Flantality, all right. This works pretty well. Exclamation prize. Flantality. Hoping the @ sign didn't mess it up. All right. So as for the game that just concluded there, top 10 finish for Jungle Banano on up. All the way to number 1 and your winner, Bo Reddington, victorious in Twitchy Tides. Back open now for the next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play in chat. I'll get you in. I'll be off headset for a couple minutes. I'll be close by on that other computer. Before too long, we'll get this next game going here with Twitchy Tides. Freeform Fishing, NashvilleLou Live. All right, we got 19 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Make that 20, soon to be at least 21. I'm going to take the overlay down. We'll join as well by typing !play in chat, and I'll use a Lulu fish, which is in the 2 spot for numbers 1 through 5. Second spot of my Twitchy team. Go off the ping command again, a little earlier. Makes your fish, for a little while at least, 2x in size. A little bit of a pulse behind as well, so if you're in a rather crowded tank, you're not sure where your fish is, you forget which fish you have or whatever. Quick way to do it. A little fun extra when you got this lobby, this loading area, for lack of a better term. And that in between, waiting for the next game. This will be game number 17 of the broadcast coming up here, with Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing. So for this next game, the winner gets a Twitchy Tides common fish, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. If I win, which has happened already today a couple times, surprisingly, but if that happens again, then once again the prize will go to the second place finisher. Of course, top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points out of this. 21 players in, and this next Twitchy Tides game begins now. Good luck. Depth charge. It takes out Parrots and Fawny T. We're down to 19. Making it rain. Lambo into the Whaley Grayley with it. Meanwhile, Pink Felicia, not impressed, taking out Wombat Warrior and Bo Reddington. We're down to 17. Cannonball takes out Jeff 0079, Chucky, and Taryn Lure. We're down to 14 remaining. Use the Dream Command. That little bubble. Depth charge. Takes out Master Halo and Dave Ira, and we're down to a dozen. Big Worm of the Hook takes out Crypto Gamer. We're down to 11. In that Lambo with a spin, making it rain. By going Tonto, Depth Charge takes out Zach Bonifer. Remaining players have a top 10 finish locked up. More than half the field is out. And here comes Krabby Mike, taking out Loki and Cabin Arna, and we're down to 8. Thrilled to have you with me here on NashvilleLou Live, playing Twitchy Tides. Again, going Tonto, making it rain. That Whaley Grayley, a Kapow. Flantality. That's Socko. And now Pink Felicia working the low side. Stings Autumn's Toys and Nasha. They're out, and we're down to 6. Quite the mix of fish there remaining. Cannonball. That slider of a cannonball shot takes out Flantality, 15 Gracious, and going Tonto. We're down to the final 3. Cesaro NLV, Antikilla, and me. King Claw, the Lambo, and the Lulu. Cesaro avoids the depth charge. Antikilla avoids the depth charge. Can my Lulu make that bounce out of the corner as well? Indeed. There goes the drama as the depth charge disappears. Another depth charge. Antikilla and I both avoid it for the first pass through at least. That takes out Antikilla. I get taken out in the chain reaction, and that's the game. So congratulations, Cesaro NLV. Winner of 3 out of the last 4 games. Congratulations. You were due for some wins. Picked up another one right there. In addition, top 10 finishers getting leaderboard points out of this. So for Loki on up, a top 10 finish. All the way up to number 1 and your winner, Cesaro NLV. Victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game with !play in chat. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13, NashvilleLou Live. You can get in right now with exclamation mark play this next Twitchy Tides game. Winner gets a Twitchy Tides common fish and an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Alright, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. We got 17 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. You want to get in for this one, last chance. Exclamation mark play in chat. I'll take the overlay down. I'll join. I'll use the Inferno Nessie. That gets us to 19 players. Make that 20 players in there now. For the winner of this will be the 18th game of the broadcast. The prize, a Twitchy Tides common fish plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. In addition, you're looking for a top 10 finish out of this, players, because of course that'll give you a boost in the leaderboard points, that monthly competition. Start stacking it up now. Speaking of stacking it up, ScurvyBot's giving out Nash Cash. You can dig every 15 minutes, no dig pass required, and a 100% success rate. All right, so my notes are up to speed. We got 22 players in for game number 18 of the broadcast here on Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. All right, so if I win, prize goes to second place. And this next game of Twitchy Tides begins now. Good luck. Up top, Cannonball. Terran Lure, Anti-Kill, and Loki taken out. Early on, we're down to 19. Cannonball. That takes out Cabinarna. SDME 123. And 15 Gracious. We're down to 16. A riser of a cannonball shot. Bo Reddington and Parrot both eliminated. We're down to 14. A kapow there for Debo the Shark. Plantality, that Socko showing him who's boss. Give me an Inferno spin real fast. There we go, right in the middle, Inferno spin. As Pink Felicia gets sent back in the other direction thanks to that ghost command from Zach Bonifer with that Swimsley fish. We began with 22, we're down to 14. Make that 11. Bierman, Cesaro, and Jeff to below 7-9 somehow all taken out there. Half the field is out. We're down to 11. Here comes Pink Felicia, and there goes Autumn's Toys and Fonny T, both eliminated. Remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish. Going Tonto with the Lambo command and the spin. And that Whaley Grayley. There are not many of those Whaley Grayleys to go around. Very valuable. Debo the Shark takes out Wombat Warrior and Flantality. We're down to 7. Be sure to join me Tuesday next week, Tides Tuesday. My portion of it begins 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 0200 UTC. Pink Felicia stings Dave Ira and Nashja. And we're down to 5. The Ghost Command sends Felicia in the other direction, but she's already capped at her maximum kills per appearance. Remember, you can customize that as a streamer. My Inferno Nessie gets taken out by Big Worm with a hook, and we're down to the final 4. Crypto Gamer, Flower, Going Tonto, and Zach Bonifer. The last 4. Depth Charge. There goes Flower. We're down to 3. Zach Bonifer, Crypto Gamer, and Going Tonto. And now it's Debo. Debo the Shark takes out Going Tonto. Down to the final 2. Crypto Gamer and Zach Bonifer. Well-timed Ghost Command from Zach. The powerful command from that Swimsley fish sent Debo back in the other direction. I think it saved Zach the game right there, at least to this point. The battle continues. Zach Bonifer, Crypto Gamer. Big Worm has that hook set. Gonna be a sharp enough bounce for Zach to get by. It will be. Not the case for Crypto Gamer, and that's the game. So congratulations, Zach Bonifer. Victorious here in game number 18 of the broadcast. Again, please remember, prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast. They'll be sent out in the order they were won, so you'll be able to see when they were sent out and to whom from my Fulfillments wallet on Wax. The word Fulfillments with an S on the end. Had to be 12 letters. And this very narrow case, that is a time where you can use Fulfillments with an S, and that is the correct way to do it. So for Fonnie, tee on up, top 10 finish. All the way to number 1, your winner, Zach Bonifer, victorious. All right, back open for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play in chat. Be off headset for a few minutes here. And I think, let me see what these Breakman cards. The last couple hours gave away an extra of those. Starting at the top of the hour. I don't want to give away something if I don't actually have it, because that doesn't work. I gave away a couple of Griffins before, and this time I'll go with a Phoenix sketch cards. We'll throw that in on the next game. Make sure to note it here lest I forget later. So a Phoenix sketch card for this next Twitchy Tides game going to the winner, along with a Twitchy Tides common fish and an item from the NashvilleLou collection. 5 players in right now. You can join the list. You can get into that next game right now by typing exclamation point play in chat. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live, more than 3 hours in for this Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. Taken over. I've commandeered the fishing category for a fishing game that came out 25 years ago. They won't give us a category for Twitchy Tides. I was obligated to take this action, so it's now fishing, at least for today's show for the category. I was able to put fishing in on Kick as well, so at least there's consistency with a title, if nothing else. All right, 17 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. And remember, for this next one, along with the Twitchy Tides common fish, plus the item from the NashvilleLou collection, in addition, the winner will receive from Consumer Break a Phoenix sketch card. Let's take this overlay down. If you're not in yet, you want in. Last chance for this game with exclamation mark play in chat. I'll get in here with my Lulu fish, my unofficial mascot here on NashvilleLou Live. Implore Pop Paragon to make sure to never get rid of the Lulu emote, or emoji, what do they call it here? The little image of Lulu fish from the Twitchy Tides TV list. Keep that one in rotation. All right, 18 players in for this next game. If I happen to win, which has actually happened a couple of times today, the prize at that point will go to second place. So 18 players in, and this 19th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. Right away, a depth charge takes out Bo Reddington and Viper Czar. We're down to 16. Depth charge. There goes Loki. Also takes out Wombat Warrior. We're down to 14. Now it's Debo the Shark. Debo takes out Jeff 0079 and Fawny T. Down to a dozen. Pink Felicia up top. Felicia into the cover of money. Stings Dave Ira and Loire. We're down to 10, so remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish locked up. Money does have a way of hiding things sometimes. Big Worm with a hook. It's going to make Big Worm hide there. To regroup. Fish are fighting back. They're fed up with these enemies. Now here comes Pink Felicia, zapping Anti-Killa and Flower, and we're down to 8 remaining. The hook from Big Worm takes out my Lulu fish. Zach Bonifer eliminated as well. We're down to 6. If you want to learn more about Twitchy Tides, the website's that bottom right corner, twitchytides.io. And that's twitchytides.io. That's the official website for Twitchy Tides. A lot of valuable information there, particularly for people that are new, trying to learn a bit more. The hook takes out Cesaro. We're down to 5. Cannonball. Tough break there for Going Tonto. That freeze and the uppercut of a cannonball shot. Taking out that Whaley Grayling. We're down to the final 4. Veerman, Flantality, Chucky, and SDME 123. And here comes Krabby Mike. Doing that wall crawl, or won't be. The kapow, the boost from Flantality. At least for the moment, it'll stop Krabby Mike. Now it's a depth charge. See it blinking there like it's stuck on that Twitchy Tide sign. It's going to take out Veerman. Down to 3. SDME 123. Flantality and Chucky. Big Worm with a hook. And that's going to eliminate SDB 1, 2, 3. Final two, it's Flantality and Chucky, the last two. It's Pink Felicia. Pink Felicia takes out Chucky, and that's the game. So congratulations, Flantality. For the winner here in this 19th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast, you get the Twitchy Tides Common Fish. You get the item from the NashvilleLou collection. And you get that bonus, that Consumer Break Phoenix sketch card. Congratulations on the win, Flantality. Plus, of course, for the top 10 finishers, they're getting leaderboard points. That's for Anti-Killa on up. All the way to number 1, and your winner, Flantality, victorious. Just like that, we're back open for the next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play. And chat will get you in. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13, NashvilleLou Live. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. Got 18 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. So if you're not in yet, you want in. Last chance for this game with exclamation mark play in chat. Take the overlay down. I'll join with exclamation mark play. Here's the Lulu fish in the 2 spot of my Twitchy team. So 19 players in for this next game of Twitchy Tides for the winner. In this 20th game of the broadcast, the prize will be a Twitchy Tides common fish, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Remember, you're looking for a top 10 finish. Get leaderboard points of that monthly competition. Find out more information over on twitchytides.io. It's got a link to everything you need about the game, including information about the Discord channel. Any specific questions probably answered best over there. See, I'm not always negative about Discord. It's a wonderful community in the Twitchy Tides Discord. I just think it gets way over relied on when it comes to what should be marketing to the outside world, because people forget that Discord is hidden away from search engines. They don't get to see any of that. This is not a good thing, I should add. I've seen entire games live and die trying to market to their own little bubble, and they wonder why they went under. And they get mad when you point this out to them, so it goes. All right, something to be happy about. Somebody's be a winner right here. 19 players, and if a winner is me, if I win, we got 20 players in. Either way, if I win, prize goes to second place. And so 20 players in, fittingly enough, for game number 20. Here on Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing episode 13. And this next game begins now. Good luck. 20 players in. My dream command while I'm thinking about it early on. I botched it. That's professional typer there, huh, Pickney? There we go. Maybe it worked with the slash. I didn't quite notice. Well, so much for the dream. The hook from Big Worm got taken out, but I got caught with a hook on the way out. So it goes. Nadu 6 and Tatitro taken out by Debo the Shark, going down Broadway right to left, and we're down to 17. The hook. Big Worm takes out Going Tonto, along with Flantality. We're down to 15. Got Scurvy Bot giving out Nash Cash. And we got up top Krabby Mike. Krabby Mike takes out Crypto Gamer and Bo Reddington. We're down to 13. Flare command from that Neon Leon from Fonny T, although Krabby Mike had already hit the maximum of 2 kills. I strongly recommend that any streamers with this game, you put a maximum on that number of kills there for Krabby Mike, because otherwise it can get a little bit skewed. Get a King Claw convention going on. Big Worm with a hook, didn't care who you are. Fonny T and Autumn's Toys taken out. We're down to 11. And look, those King Claws are like legendary tier fish. Those are not easy to come by. You see them a lot because the people that have them earned them. And more importantly, they recognize the potential tactical advantage. Although one never knows how a given game of Twitchy Tides is going to play out. That's part of the appeal. I've seen hundreds, if not thousands, of these games by now. And yet the novelty hadn't worn off for me. It helps they've added fun characters like Krabby Mike, who takes out Jeff 0079 and Parrots. More than half the field is out. Remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish locked up. You'll be getting leaderboard points out of this. Winner gets a Twitchy Tides common fish and an item from the NashvilleLou collection. In return of Krabby Mike. Krabby Mike takes out Wombat Warrior along with Chucky. And we're down to 7. And now it's Debo. Debo the Shark. Going down Broadway left to right. Dave Ira gets taken out. We're down to 6. A Nessie Stormscale, a couple of King Claws, a Swimsley, a Lambo, Big Worm with a hook, but that got neutralized. Thanks to Zach with that Swimsley fish and that ghost command. It's up there with that flare command from the Neon Leon. One of the stronger ones, the anti-enemy commands in this game. Big Worm, that hook on the left side is going to take out Anti-Killer. And we're down to 5. Cannonball misses everybody. Uppercut of a cannonball shot takes out Zach Bonifer, Cesaro NLV, and Loki. We're down to the final 2, Kevin Arna and 15 Gracious. It's Nessie Stormscale versus King Claw. Nessie gets the hook, and that's the game. So congratulations, 15 Gracious. Had to scroll up to double check because we've had a lot of winners today. First victory here in this broadcast for 15 Gracious. Congrats on the win. You'll get that Twitchy Tides common fish, plus the item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus the leaderboard points for that first place finish. Leaderboard points for the top 10 finishers, of course. The higher the finish, the more points, but still a top 10, that's the threshold. So Parrot's in, as is everybody else above. All the way up to number 1 and your winner, 15 Gracious. Victorious. Just like that, back open for the next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play. And chat will get you into this next game. Game number 21 of the broadcast. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, Episode 13, NashvilleLou Live. Go ahead and get into this next game right now by typing exclamation point play in chat. And then hitting enter. NashvilleLou Live. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. We've got 12 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Like to get in. Last chance for this next game with exclamation mark play in chat. We got ScurvyBot giving out Nash Cash. And with that in mind, thinking of ScurvyBot for this next game, I'll include a Randfish. And I'll make sure to put this in my notes so I'll remember to do it. So if a Randfish, there'll be a winner. I'll get a prize out of that ScurvyBot dig pool, where you can dig every 15 minutes. Only costs 10 Nash Cash. You got a 100% success rate. All right, so I'll take this overlay down. We got 13 players in, soon to have 14. I'm going to join as well with exclamation mark play. I'll use the Rainbow Soul, the catfish. That'll give us 14 players. Game number 21 of the broadcast. So, for the winner of the prize, a Twitchy Tides common fish plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Also do a Randfish after the game to get a instant prize from the dig pool. All right, 15 players in. Again, if I win, which has happened a couple times today, should that happen again, the prize would go to second place. So 16 players in, and this 21st Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Saw Dave Ira get in, give it that extra half second, so 17 players. Right away, a tough break for Autumn's Toys, hitting that depth charge. Early on, we're down to 16. Ghost Command there with that Swimsley fish from Zach. Meanwhile, going Tonto, the Whaley Grayley, making a rain and doing a spin. Depth charge. That takes out SDME123 and Fawny T. And we're down to 14. Thrilled to have you with me here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Debo the Shark taking out Drumar and 15 Gracious. We're down to a dozen. The Hook, Big Worm, that takes out my Soul the Catfish. And we're down to 11. Cannonball up top's going to miss all 11 remaining fish. Depth charge, it got temporarily disabled thanks to that Ghost Command, but it's going to turn back on here. It's going to take out Zach Bonifer. Plantality from there neutralized it further with that boost, but damage done. We're down to 10 remaining players. You got a top 10 finish. And just like that, we're down to 9. Make that 8. Viper Czar and Random King taken out by Debo the Shark. We're down to 8. More than half the field is out. And remember, we'll have a Randfish winner as well. It's Debo the Shark taking out Anti-Killa. We're down to 7. Got a couple of those Neon Leons in there. You've got Big Worm trying to hide on that left side of the screen just above my logo there. There goes Loki. Nice timing by Flantality with that boost, because I think the Hook would have taken out Flantality otherwise. Instead, the battle continues with 6. But look out now for Krabby Mike and the Wall Crawl. That'll take out Flantality. We're down to 5. Krabby Mike has one more kill and gets it right there with Veerman. We're down to 4. Dave Ira, Parrots, Going Tonto, and Jeff 0079. The final 4. That Flare command from that Neon Leon. It's powerful. Very strong anti-enemy command. But it's Pink Felicia stinging Parrots. We're down to 3. Felicia has one more kill. Jeff 0079 narrowly avoids Felicia, and the battle continues. Going Tonto, Dave Ira, and Jeff 0079 2 Neon Leons and a Whaley Grayling. The setup to a weak joke. Walking to a bar, the shark says, "I'm gonna eat you all." But instead, Devo misses everybody. The battle continues. Tough break there for Going Tonto, running into Pink Felicia. Ditto for Jeff 0079, and that's the game. So congratulations, Dave Ira. With the 9 zeros there before your name. They allow you to have rather long usernames on Twitch, so that has to be taken into account. All right. I made a note here. I put Randfish in parentheses so I wouldn't forget, because I probably would have otherwise. So let's see who's going to get this bonus Randfish prize here. It's going to go to Parrots. All right. And it works pretty simple. It's exclamation prize. Type in Parrots. Hit enter. And you get a random prize out of that Scurvybot dig pool. All right. So Dave Ira gets the victory, but of course those top 10 finishers get leaderboard points out of that. So that's for Viper Czar on up, a top 10 finish, all the way to number 1 in your winner. Dave Ira victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game, exclamation mark play in chat. I'll get you in for this 22nd game of the broadcast. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. Go ahead and get it now with exclamation mark play in chat. Watching NashvilleLou live. back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. Got 10 players in for this next game. Take the overlay down. I'll join as well with exclamation mark play. In chat, here's the Inferno Nessie this time. We've got 12 players in for this next game. Game number 22 of the broadcast. For the winner, prize is a Twitchy Tides common card, or common fish, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. If I happen to win, the prize goes to second place. And this 20-second Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Four Slayer gets in to give us 13 players. Plantality and Going Tonto get taken out by Krabby Mike. We're down to 11. Pair it with that flash fire command. That's really something right there. First time I've seen that in action. This is Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Debo taking out Loki. We're down to 10. Debo's got one more kill. And there goes Jeff 0079. We're down to 9. So remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish already. And that's leaderboard points. The hook from Big Worm takes out Fawny T and Cesaro and LV. We're down to 7. And up top, Debo the Shark takes out my Inferno Nessie and gets spun around between the Ghost Command and that Flash Fire. Only to then take out Chucky. Finally a true spin out there for Debo, but the damage done, we're down to 5. That's Pink Felicia. Working the low side, Felicia stings Anti-Killa. We're down to the final 4. Zach Bonifer, 4 Slayer, Parrots, and Random King. The final 4. That flash fire ability's legit. Big Worm with a hook. There goes Zach. One with 4 Slayer. Down to the final 2. Parrots and Random King. 2 very different fish. Flash fire. Big Worm, that hook got spun around. A freeze by Parrot. An uppercut of a cannonball takes out Parrot. What a twist there at the end. Congratulations, Random King. And there with that orange fish. And yet able to get the victory there in that 20-second Twitchy Tides game with the broadcast. So for the top 10 finishers, leaderboard points out of that for Jeff 0079 on up. All the way to number 1 and your winner, Random King, victorious in Twitchy Tides. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation mark play in chat. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, NashvilleLou Live. Get in now with exclamation mark play. Get you in for that next Twitchy Tides game. We got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. Got people able to dig every 15 minutes. 100% success rate on the digs. Got 5 people in for that next Twitchy Tides game here on NashvilleLou Live. night, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. Commandeered this fishing category here. Give us a Twitchy Tides category, Twitch, please. Let's take the overlay down. Got 15 players in. I'll join as well to give us 16. So if you're one in for this game, last chance with exclamation mark play in chat. Gloria Glow, that's the name. Oh, you see the fish that Parrot has there. Like if you took 2 Gloria Glows and blended those, you would get one of the, I'm not sure what the name is offhand. There's a lot of fish and a lot of them are new. I try to keep up, but it's not always the easiest. My neon glow command ready to go. That's the secret command. Or it's not that secret if you look on the actual data on the particular fish. All right, 18 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. The winner gets a Twitchy Tides common fish plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. I win, prize goes to second place. Another line here. For game number 23 of the broadcast. It's been so much fun. Nearly 4 hours in, still going strong. 18 players. And this next Twitchy Tides game begins now. Good luck. Quickly use that neon glow command. A beeline for that. That flipped Debo the Shark around. But be careful, Debo still got 2 kills potentially. Used one of them there on Funkin' Crypto. Be careful. There's that second one. Having Arna, a tough break there, getting taken out by a spinning shark. We're down to 16. A Gloria Glow fits my brand color here with the purple. What didn't fit so well was the claws there from Krabby Mike. Took out Loki, took out my fish as well. We're down to 14. Parrot breaking out the flash fire, which is a really cool looking command. Big worm with a hook. Zach Bonifer is out, so is Random King. We're down to 12. The hook. Jungle Banano's out, down to 11. And it's Big Worm striking again. Cesaro, NLV, and Flantality both eliminated. Half the field is out. Remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish. Depth charge, just above my logo. It's going to take out Anti-Killa and catch Fawny T, that chain reaction. We're down to 7. Parrot heating up for their flash fire. Depth charge, there goes Wombat Warrior. We're down to 6. Krabby Mike takes out SDB123 and Going Tonto. We're down to the final 4. Jeff Double-079, Terran Lore, Chucky, and Parrot 314. This is Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing here on NashvilleLou Live. Thrilled to be with you here. Cannonball. It went low. It took out Parrot. It took out Chucky. We're down to the final 2. Jeff Double-079 and Terran Lore. The last 2. Cannonball. That slider kind of split the difference between the 2 remaining fish. And the battle continues. Terran Lore and Jeff Double-079. Debo takes out Terran Lore, and that's the game. So congratulations, Jeff Double-079. The winner here in this 23rd Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. Of course, for the top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. It's for Flantality on up. All the way to number 1 and your winner, Jeff 0079. Victorious. Now we're back open for the next Twitchy Tides game. We're going to keep it going. I don't know how long we're going with it, but past the 4-hour mark now. Still having a blast. Go ahead and get in now for this next Twitchy Tides game. And while I'm thinking about it, much like I've done for the past few hours, for this first one, kind of top of the hour to build toward. A little extra we'll throw in there along with the Twitchy Tides Common Fish and item from the NashvilleLou from the NashvilleLou collection. I started trying to read something while I said something else. You could tell the instant that happened too. My tongue abruptly stopped working properly. All right, we'll give away another Phoenix sketch card. That'll be what we'll throw in along with the Twitchy Tides Common and the item from the NashvilleLou collection. That's for the next Twitchy Tides game coming up close to maybe a little past top of the hour, just a few minutes from now. This next game here on NashvilleLou Live with Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. All right, as we pass 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Quick reminder, you're watching NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney, a sports broadcaster by trade that somehow found myself in this amazing world of Twitch live streaming and wax gaming. And no game has better connected those two worlds than Twitchy Tides, which is really saying something what Pop Paragon has done with this amazing game. From a fun factor standpoint, this is exactly the kind of game I needed. The whole world of wax gaming needed it. And there's so many unique spins on it and different approaches. Testing some stuff out here today. Having a blast, as usual with this. All right, let's take the overlay down. I'll join. That'll give us at least 20 players for this next game. That's Gloria Glow. That's the one I have. I can use the ping, P-I-N-G command and do the 2x look. The fish that Parrot has, you would have to blend 2 of those to get one of the one Parrot has. But you get that, was that Flash Fire? Is that the command name? I gotta say, it's worth it. But perhaps I'll get a few more fish. I like the name will show up backward until you bounce off a side and then it corrects it. Cute little quirk. All right, so for this next game, game number 24 of the broadcast of Twitchy Tides, the winner is going to get a Twitchy Tides common fish, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a special bonus from Consumer Break, Phoenix Sketch Card. If I happen to win, prize goes to second place, and of course, top 10 finishers. You're getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. You know, I talk about that Neon Leon fish sometimes. I got that fish because I had a top 25 finish. It's become increasingly difficult to get those. I did that particular month. Anyway, 20 players in. If I win, prize goes to second place. Game number 24 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. A Flash Fire, that is the name of the command. Pink Felicia stings Jungle Banano and Cesaro NLV. And early on, we're down to 18. Flash Fire, we got a Ghost, we got a Boost. A lot going on. We got a Depth Charge. We're going to take out Bo Reddington. We're down to 17. What is it? Neon Glow? Is that what it is? Yes, okay, I guessed correctly. There's Neon something. From the album name Neon Bible from Arcade Fire. So I remember the order. Is it Neon first or is it Glow first? No, it's Neon first. Like Neon Bible. Is the music going to turn back on? There we go. I really need to go through and get some of these empty spaces out between the songs. We began with 20. We're down to 15. It's Twitchy Tides. You're on NashvilleLou Live. Thrilled to have you with me here live. Wherever around the world you're watching from. Look out for Pink Felicia, going right to left near ground level. Chucky's out. Felicia got sent the other direction, but be careful. She has one more kill, and she's going to use it right there on Loki. Got her revenge on the way out. We're down to 13. And again, you can customize that as a streamer as far as the maximum number of kills for a given enemy. Cannonball missed everybody. It's the only one I have capped at more than 2. Got 3. It's a Cannonball. Okay, 3 is reasonable. And to that end, Cannonball took out My Fish, Fawny T, and Jeff 0079. Half the field is out. We're down to 10. Remaining players, you got a top 10 finish. Here's leaderboard points. Cannonball. Nadu 6, Zach Bonifer, Habanarna, all taken out. We're down to 7. Got 3 King Claws in there. Flantality got taken out, but took out Krabby Mike with him there. We're down to 6, but return to Krabby Mike. Didn't stay gone for long. Random King's out, Parrot's out. So you got Flower and then 3 King Claws remaining with Autumn's Toys, 15 Gracious, and Anti-Killer. At some point, the King Claws will have to turn on one another, but for now, anytime Krabby Mike shows up, Flower's the only one that can get killed. Big Worm of the Hook. There goes Autumn's Toys. We're down to 3. 15 Gracious, Anti-Killer, and Flower. The last three. It's Pink Felicia up top. Pink Felicia zaps 15 Gracious. Pretty well-advised spin there from Anti-Killer, who's in there with Flower. Final two, and then a depth charge out of nowhere. And look at that, handling 3 King Claws, no problem for Flower. The winner here in game number 24 of the broadcast. So congratulations, Flower. You get the Twitchy Tides Common Fish, plus the item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus from Consumer Break, that Phoenix sketch card. Congratulations. In addition, the nice thing with some of these smaller games, you get a lot of top 10 finishes if you're getting in on these. That's the case here for Nadu 6 on up. Top 10 finish, leaderboard points. All the way to number 1 and your winner, Flower 4803, victorious. Was intense. Back open for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play in chat will get you in for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Freeform Fishing, so I've titled it. I didn't want to start a new list of like a new show name. I'd used Freeform before, but hadn't used it for a while. Didn't really work before the way I wanted it to. This has worked a lot better. Having ScurvyBot makes a major positive difference. As if on cue, there's the ScurvyBot now available here. Let's take a look at the dig info. So I've got fewer than 1,500 now, 1,498 assets in there. I'll make a note here for this next game. I'll include a randfish. We'll do a random giveaway from the ScurvyBot dig pool for a random fish in this next game coming up in just a bit. Got 5 players in right now if you want to join. Winner gets a Twitchy Tides Common Fish and an item from the NashvilleLou collection. You can go and join now by typing exclamation mark play in chat. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, NashvilleLou Live. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13. I have commandeered this fishing category. This fishing game that came out 25 years ago. That gets a category here. Twitchy Tides, my #1 show for the past 6 months. Stuck on the pay no mind list. If nothing else, I was able to pick fishing as a general category on Kick, so at least those two match up. I got that simulcast on Kick. But of course, Twitch is my focus as an affiliate, but also since this is where the action happens when it comes to Twitchy Tides. So we got 14 players in for this next game. We got Scurvy about giving out Nash Cash. You can dig every 15 minutes. There's that cooldown, but aside from that, you got a 100% success rate. Wide variety of things in that dig pool. I made a note here for this next game, along with the winner receiving a Twitchy Tides common fish, an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Also a rand fish, give away a random prize out of that Scurvy bot prize pool. The last check was below 1,500, which I can still be more than that before, but that's the idea. I want people to get stuff out of there. All right, 15 players. Did I actually get in? But I have to ask that the answer is probably no. So let's do it. Here's the Soul the Catfish, the white and yellow version, the glitter. Or I'll show off the glitter before the game, lest I ruin somebody's good time. That's what it looks like there. It kind of obstructs things if people trying to actually see the game and take in what's going on. I try not to be too obnoxious with it when I'm on other streams. Like, I might use it once to open a game, but don't want to get annoying with it. To the point that I sometimes cycle that fish out. Also, I really have to keep a spot open for that Rainbow Soul the Catfish, because that 9 lives command, it's not quite King Claw powerful. That thing, it'll only help you. I love that as a command, because sometimes you can inadvertently save another fish that ends up beating you in the end. Oh, that didn't turn out so well. 9 lives only helps you. So I like that one. So it's tough. I mean, I wish you could have more spots in your Twitchy team, but I can't complain about having 5. That is a nice variety. If they could have 9, that would be great, but I'm not going to ask for that. They know what they're doing with this game. They've got a winner here. Pop Paragon does. Slick has done a great job with the programming. It's easy to feel like you're drawn into the game, to suspend disbelief. That's the whole idea with these games. You're having fun. Everybody that wants to participate gets to. Even if you don't have a wax wallet, you've never played, you ran across me on DraftKings. I go, what is this fish game, Lou? What are you fishing? Just type !play in chat, hit enter. The game will assign you a fish and you can play for fun. I think it's a very important element of Twitchy Tides that does not, or very important not to overlook that when you look at the success this game has had. It's brought a bunch of new people in here. It's got me north of 1,100 followers here on Twitch. But enough of putting myself over. We got 16 players ready to go. In this next Twitchy Tides game, I remember a randfish as well, getting a prize out of this. If I win, that first place prize goes to the second place finisher. Game number 25 of the broadcast. My goodness. Game number 25 begins now. Good luck. 16 players in. A depth charge. I got bailed out there by Zach with that ghost command. Delayed that depth charge, which would have taken out my Soul the Catfish. Instead, tough break for Chucky and going Tonto. Down to 14. Parrot with that flash fire, one of my new favorite commands. Here's Krabby Mike. Krabby Mike takes out Random King and Low Key, and we're down to a dozen. You notice the King Claws were not affected by Krabby Mike. King Claw's a legendary tier fish. It's quite the power there. Krabby Mike, the newest enemy. Meanwhile, Debo, been around for a bit. Same as it ever was with Debo. No favorites for Debo. I'm out, so is Nadu 6. We're down to 10. So remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish. Of course, that's important for those leaderboard points, that monthly competition. And you get top 25 or top 75. Big Worm the Hook. Fonny T is out. Crypto Gamer out. Half the field is out. We're down to 8. Remaining players have a top 10 finish already locked in. And the higher the finish, the more leaderboard points you get. And look at that flash fire with a spin by Parrot. I'm impressed. And yet, somehow, Pink Felicia managed to sting Autumn's Toys and Flantality. We're down to 6. So Viper Czar, that King Claw, gets zapped by Pink Felicia. Zach has got that Swimsley fish, that powerful ghost command. That's another one I've got in my collection. I don't use as much as maybe I should because it's a really powerful one. Nothing you can do though running into a depth charge, like what happened to Zach there. We're down to 4. Parrot, Anti-Killer, Jeff 079. And Wombat Warrior. Wombat Warrior's out along with Anti-Killer after that cannonball. We're down to the final 2. Look at that flash fire spin. That's making a statement for Parrot. Opposite Jeff 079. And up top, it's Debo. Debo the Shark. Debo's going to miss both remaining players. Here comes Debo going right to left. There goes Jeff 079, and that's the game. So congratulations, Parrot 314, the winner here. Game number 25 of the broadcast. We also have a random fish, a rand fish, as it were. It's the rand, R-A-N-D being the abbreviation for random. It's picking a random fish to get an extra prize. We'll get from the... I'm testing that out. I might make it a permanent thing because I do like it. It's going to make sure I work it into my routine. Because if I skip past this screen, then I can't do a rand fish at that point, I've learned. As long as I get a certain order to it, I can kind of just use muscle memory and wing it as far as the technical stuff, which is not an area expertise, as longtime viewers can attest. I want rand fish. No, neither is saying one thing and typing another. Rand fish. And look at that flantality. Lucky you. So let's see here. What is this? And I love this with Scurvy Bot. Exclamation prize. Type in the name. Boom. Sends a random prize from that dig pool to flantality. Got Ace Purple. A quality pool. Speaking of quality pools, a nice win there for Parrot. What's the name of that fish? I'll have to look it up. The one you used there for the victory. I've got to learn these names. I'll tell you this, for Fawny Tion up a top 10 finish. All the way to number 1 and your winner. Parrot 314 victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play in chat. Hey, you're welcome, Flantality. Thank you for being here. Thanks to everybody taking the time to watch and to play. There's so many creative people in the world of Twitch streaming with Wax Gaming and different ways to use Scurvy Bot, different ways to utilize Twitchy Tides and other games. And I think there's a huge opportunity for game makers, or even forget the game maker part, even for just a live streamer. If you have ideas, you have artwork you want to give away, just promotionally, just for fun, you can do that. That's a great thing with Wax. Get some Wax. It's not that expensive right now, as it is. Not financial advice, to be clear. But point being, you don't have to spend a whole lot, and you can get a lot out of it. Your creativity out there, if you're so inclined. And it's easy, you can do it instantly. It's got to bridge that gap a bit more between Wax and Twitch. But I tell you what, Twitchy Tides has done that and then some. All right, got 3 players in already for this next Twitchy Tides game. You can get in as well by typing exclamation mark play in chat. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13, NashvilleLou Live. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. We got 13 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. So if you want to get in on it and you're not in yet, last chance for this game with !play in chat. Remember to join me Tuesday next week at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 0200 UTC. Turn of Tides Tuesday. Had a sports broadcasting obligation with the Swanee Tigers men's lacrosse team this past Tuesday. I'll be back in my normal slot. Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 0200 UTC. For 3 hours. Should be a good time. Many thanks again to Las Vegas Ape, who does a fantastic job of organizing, getting all that going on a weekly basis. All right, let's take this overlay down. Got scurvy about giving out Nash cash. We got people digging. We do that every 15 minutes. Cost you 10 Nash cash, but you got a 100% success rate as far as the dig goes. I'll use the Inferno Nessie here. The 14 players for this next Twitchy Tides game. Game number 26 of the broadcast. Give away a lot of Twitchy Tides fish. I'll be sending these out when the broadcast concludes, so I'll have some time to put in on that in a good way. Look forward to it. All right. So 16 players. If I win, the prize goes to second place. And this 26th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. 16 players in. Cannonball takes out Fawny T, going Tonto and Loki. Early on, we're down to 13. Now it's Debo the Shark up top. Debo takes out Anti-Killa. Parrot with that flash fire command. Debo flipped. That was bad news for Autumn's Toys. Debo took out Autumn's Toys. We're down to 11. It's Krabby Mike doing the wall crawl. Random King is out, so it's Too High. We're down to 9. Remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish locked up. Depth charge. There goes Waxtails. Zach Bonifer taken out as well. That chain reaction. More than half the field is out now. We're down to 7. Pink Felicia up top stings Parrot and Viper Czar. We're down to 5. Cannonball somehow misses everybody. Depth charge. There goes Master Halo, and there goes my Inferno Nessie. We're down to 3. Cesaro and LV, Nadu 6, and Chucky. Cannonball takes out Cesaro. And it's down to this, Nadu 6 and Chucky, the final 2. Krabby Mike, that wall crawl. Nadu 6 avoids Krabby Mike, as does Chucky, and the battle continues. Depth charge just to the left of that Twitchy Tide sign. And Chucky's going to be well clear of it. It's going to get Nadu 6, and that's the game. So Chucky, repping Team No Hands, gets the victory here in game number 26 of the broadcast. More than 4.5 hours in, still having fun. So congrats to Chucky on the victory, and of course for the top 10 finishers. You get leaderboard points. The higher the finish, the more you get of those leaderboard points. That's for Too High on up, all the way to number 1. And your winner, Chucky0644, victorious. Now we're back open for the next Twitchy Tides game. !play. In chat will get you in. Over Scurvybot's giving out Nash cash. that dig pool. Players able to dig every 15 minutes. There's that cooldown, but besides that, been 10 Nash cash. Not legal tender, but you can use that to dig in the ScurvyBot dig pool. The dig info in chat. Already got 6 players in for that next Twitchy Tides game. If you want to get in, all you have to do is type !play in chat. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, episode 13, NashvilleLou Live. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. We got 17 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you want to get in, last chance for this next game with exclamation mark play in chat. Take that overlay down. Type exclamation mark play. Use that Gloria Glow. Now it says no ability, but in fact, that neon glow command that I'll try to remember to use in time in this next game. With 18 players in for the winner of game number 27 of the broadcast. The prize is a Twitchy Tides common fish, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. By win, prize goes to second place. $18 players in, and this 27th Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's NashvilleLou Live. And right away, a depth charts takes out Too High and Space NFT Steve. Down to 16. Let's use that neon glow. I got the brake turtle spinning around. Got a Lambo making it rain. And we got Krabby Mike working ground level. The wall crawl, I'm out. So is Jeff 0079. We're down to 14. Big Worm the hook takes out Nadu 6, and we're down to 13. Octopus Prime in there. Liquid Chill. One of my favorites. Great name. From the brand new Series 5. Those packs now available. Cannonball. That Cannonball takes out SDB123, Fonny T, and Jungle Banana. We're down to 10. Remaining players, you got a top 10 finish. Here comes Debo. Up top going left to right. Cesaro NLV and Anti-Killa. Both of the King Claws get taken out. We're down to 8. The hook, Big Worm, takes out Pennybags Jr. and catches Liquid Chill on the way out. Down to 6. Cannonball. The money made the Cannonball go in the other direction, but it took out Parrot. Down to 5. And now a rising shot of a Cannonball takes out Chucky, Zach Bonifer, and Going Tonto. So it's down to this. To Tetro 17. And Connie, the last 2. Is Coney heading for that depth charge? Maybe, but can you get underneath it? Nope, there's the boom, and that's the game. Congratulations to Tetro 17. The winner here in game number 27 of the broadcast. Remember that prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast, and they'll be sent out in the order 1, so please have a little bit of patience, but they will be sent out. All right. Of course, in addition to the victory, top 10 finishers get leaderboard points. Those are very important for that monthly competition. That's the case there for Cesaro NLV on up. All the way to number 1 and your winner. Tetro 17 victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play in chat. They'll get you in. Got Scurvybot giving out Nash Cash. People able to dig every 15 minutes. No dig pass required. Cost 10 Nash Cash. Not legal tender, but you can use it to dig, and who knows what you might pull up. So go ahead and get in now for this next game. You can do so with exclamation mark play in chat. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing. NashvilleLou Live. All right, back on headset with you here, more than 5 hours deep, and still having a blast with Twitchy Tides Freeform fishing. We've got 18 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you want to get in as well, last chance for this game with exclamation mark play in chat. I'll take that overlay down. I'll join with exclamation mark play. I'll use the Inferno Nasty. The last chance for this game to type exclamation point play in chat to get in. It's been the 28th game of the broadcast. And like I've done for the last few hours, I'll start this as we hit 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney, sports broadcaster that has found the world of Twitch live streaming to be a fascinating place. And so much fun here with Twitchy Tides. 19 players in. Anyway, as I was saying, for this one we'll have a consumer break. Phoenix sketch card. We'll include that for the winner, along with an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus a Twitchy Tides common fish. If I win, the prize goes to second place. And this next Twitchy Tides game begins now. Good luck. 19 players in. For a top 10 finish means you'll get leaderboard points out of it. Debo the Shark. Debo takes out SDME 1, 2, 3, and Viper Czar. We're down to 17. Remember to join me this Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 0200 UTC, for Tides Tuesday for my portion of it. Looking forward to being back with that this week. Anti-kill is out. So is my Inferno Nasty, taken out by Debo the Shark. We're down to 15. There's the minions from King Claw taking out that depth charge. Reminds me of the whammies from Press Your Luck, only if they're actually like on your side. A babyface turn. Pink Felicia stings Fawny T and Zach Bonifer. We're down to 13. Now up top, it's Pink Felicia stinging Funko Lover and Brother Invest. We're down to 11. And it's Debo the Shark working the low side, taking out Chucky and taking out Jeff 0079. That spin command from Going Tonto just enough to avoid the sharp teeth. Remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish locked up. More than half the field is out. We're down to 9. Make that 8. Make that 7. As Debo strikes, the minions try to counter, but too late to save Wombat Warrior or Loki. We begin with 19. We're down to 7. And there goes Big Worm with a hook. Cannonball. And a rising shot takes out Going Tonto, Too High, and Bo Reddington. We're down to the final 4. Cesaro NLV, Parrot 314, Jungle Banano, and Nadu 6. Up top, Debo the Shark takes out Nadu. We're down to 3. Make that 2. Parrot and that King Claw, they're out. So it's Cesaro NLV and Jungle Banano, the final 2. The Lambo versus the Break Turtle, and a depth charge. Jungle Banano hits the depth charge, and that's the game. So congratulations, Cesaro NLV. Earlier today, won 3 out of 4 in a row, and here victorious in game number 28 of the broadcast. So you get that Twitchy Tides common fish, plus the item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus from Consumer Break, that Phoenix sketch card. So congrats to Cesaro NLV for that. In addition, of course, top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. That's for Jeff 0079 on up, all the way to number 1. And your winner, Cesaro NLV, victorious for the 4th time in this broadcast. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation mark play in chat. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, NashvilleLou Live. Alright, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. We've got 14 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Winner gets a Twitchy Tides common fish plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Go ahead and take the overlay down. I'll join with exclamation mark play in chat. That'll give us at least 16 players for this next game. I'll use that white and yellow version of the Soul of the Catfish. Want the glitter? Get that out there. Show it off real fast, and then in just a moment, we'll get this next game started. It'll be game number 29 of the broadcast. More than 5 hours in, and yet still having fun. Got ScurvyBot still giving out the Nash Cash. People able to dig every 15 minutes. 100% success rate. Good times. Those 17 players in for this next game. If I happen to win, prize goes to second place. That Twitchy Tides common fish, an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Game number 29 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. 17 players in. Cannonball, it takes out Kiyoshinobu, going Tonto, and Zach Bonifer. Early on, we're down to 14. And up top, Krabby Mike. There goes OP Influencer. There goes Bo Reddington. And we're down to a dozen. The surly disposition of Krabby Mike. That wall crawl. Bonnie T with the Flair command had enough of that. Meanwhile, the return of Krabby Mike. Well, looked like it. Krabby Mike already took out Jeff 0079 and Bent SW Pop Lover. Hello. We're down to 10 remaining players. You've got a top 10 finish. Those leaderboard points out of this game. And up top, it's Debo the Shark, taking out Cesaro and LV and Too High. And we're down to 8. More than half the field is out. Cannonball. There goes my Soul the Catfish. Fonny T taken out as well. We're down to 6. Here, the Flash Fire. Underwater with a spin. Keeping Krabby Mike at bay. But for how long? Krabby Mike takes out Silent One. We're down to 5. Make that 4. Tatiro, 17 eliminated. We'll begin with 17. We're down to the final 4. Parrot, SDB123, Chucky, and Jungle Banana. The hook from Big Worm. There goes Parrot. We're down to 3. Break spin. That turtle for Jungle Banana. Cannonball misses everybody. Depth charge. There goes SDB with that Pikachu fish, and it's down to this. Jungle Banana and Chucky, the final 2. Cannonball's going to split the difference between them. Big Worm with a hook. Can Jungle get underneath it? Indeed. Well, the angle on that return. Spin move by Jungle Banana. And now Chucky of Team No Hands. And Chucky, well, it disappeared. The dramatics. Final 2. Depth charge. You see it there, that ominous blinking red. There goes Jungle Banana, and that's the game. So congratulations, Chucky. Second time in 4 games, Chucky gets the victory. Here in game number 29. More than 5 hours deep. So congratulations, Chucky, on the victory. In addition, for the top 10 finishers for Cesaro and LV on up, leaderboard points. The higher the finish, the more, of course. All the way up to number 1. And the winner Chucky, 0644 victorious. Back open now for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation mark play. In chat, that cannonball comes flying through. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat to get into this next Twitchy Tides game. Scurrybots giving out Nash Cash. Players able to dig every 15 minutes. 100% success rate. You can go ahead and get it now for that next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation mark play in chat. Twitchy Tides Freeform Fishing, NashvilleLou Live. back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. Ready for game number 30? Nearly 5.5 hours in. Starting to get a little bit of neck spasm there during that last little bit, so I think this may be the end of it for me here. So I think we'll do this last Twitchy Tides game, then please stick around with me. We'll do a raid over to Welsh to NFT. But first, we got a game to finish here and get to play. We got 17 players in, so if you've been waiting, last chance to get in with exclamation mark play in chat. Prizes will be sent out from my fulfillments wallets, and they'll go out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast. Got 18 players in, last chance with exclamation mark play in chat. All right, 18 players for the winner. Prize is a Twitchy Tides common fish, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Buy win, which has happened a couple of times today, but if that happens, prize goes to second place. Game number 30 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. 18 players in. My neon glow while I can. Light it up. Rev it up and go. Krabby Mike takes out Wombat Warrior. Also, Zach Bonifer eliminated. We're down to 16. Harriet with that flash fire command. That thing means business. Cannonball, I'm out. So is Tatitro. And Silent One. Pink Felicia stings Funko Lover. Along with BG Dub, we're down to 11. Pink Felicia. Bonnie T's out, as is Jungle Banana. Remaining players, you've got a top 10 finish secured. Half the field is out, we're down to 9. Depth charge. There goes Loki. We're down to 8. Depth charge takes out Bo Reddington. We're down to 7. Now Pink Felicia. Going Tonto is out, so is Space NFT Steve. We began with 18, we're down to 5. The Hook, Big Worm, and there goes Viper Czar. We're down to the final 4. Nadu 6, Parrot 314, Too High, and Cesaro NLV with that Lambo command making it rain. Cannonball takes out Parrot and Cesaro. It's down to this, Nadu 6 and Too High, the final 2. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark takes out Nadu 6, and that's the game. So congratulations, Too High 74. Victorious here, game number 30 of Twitchy Tides. In addition, top 10 finishers, Jungle Banana on up. Leaderboard points. All the way to number 1 and your winner. Too High victorious. All right, that's going to do it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time. And take this trip with me right now over to Welsh NFT. Some Warsaken. Here we go. Thanks for watching.